Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Yes, good morning. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on this Tuesday, October 28. A big hello to you wherever you may be listening on your local SEN track or RSN dials. The 42 stations we're broadcasting now right throughout Victoria on RSN, and you can watch us streaming every day on the SEN app, our YouTube channel and our Facebook page. Giddy Up brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. We are live at Flemington for their special breakfast ahead of the start of Cup Week, which of course kicks off on Derby Day on Saturday. What a lineup we have for you this morning. Calvin McAvoy is about to join me, the trainer of the favourite now for the Melbourne Cup in Half Yours. Chris Waller's not far away. We'll catch up with Francesca Kamani, who is back here to broadcast, or help broadcast anyway, the races for Channel 9 here at Flemington starting on Saturday. Bloggers will join us again. Stevie Power, the racing blogger. We'll catch up with Gabe Waterhouse, Benny Hayes as well. Hopefully we'll catch up with Nick Williams, who's got changing of the guard in this year's Melbourne Cup, and we'll get his thoughts on our great race on that first Tuesday in November. You can join our conversation anytime you want. 0499 736 736. That's 0499 736 736. And we'll have all of our regulars as well on a Tuesday. The midweek masterclass, bag of tips, and we've got trial time moving to a Tuesday because Wednesday got too jam-packed. So we'll have Dean Watling and Matty Morton joining us to help us back a few winners from the trials. But our first guest here on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning live at Flemington is Calvin McAvoy, who has become quite the media superstar over the last week or so, since Half Yours won a Caulfield Cup anyway. Calvin, thanks for joining us here on Giddy Up.
Gareth, you've always been my idol, mate.
Yes.
And every time I turn the TV or Twitter on, I can see your face. So I'm just trying to follow in your footsteps.
How is Half Yours? He galloped here this morning?
Yeah, he's perfect. He's really, really good, Gareth. He bounced through the Caulfield Cup, which was great. Like, it was a grueling contest. The pressure was on early. They went fast, and I'm sure that there would have been horses pulling up from that race that would have felt it a little bit. But pleased to report our horse, he ate it up, and he's asking for more. 53
kilos over 2 miles. Can he win a Melbourne Cup?
I think he can. I really do. He's a horse that we don't know where the ceiling is. He's never let us down, and the weather looks really ideal for him. He loves getting his toe in. Flemington needs substantial amount of rain to really affect it, but it's looking like it's going to hose down, so I've been doing the rain dance.
So you want a slow to heavy track?
I do, yeah. Look, he's proven he's effective on everything, so there's nothing that we're too worried about. But what I do know is when we get onto a rain-affected track, it can slow the opposition down, and he doesn't slow down. He gets better.
He's been an amazing horse, and it's been a terrific training performance by yourself and Tony to keep him up as long as possible, or as long as you have. Because he's had a few grand finals. I know your old man didn't want to point this out, but winning the naturalism, you had to have him right, otherwise you don't get into a Caulfield Cup. And then he has to do it in a Caulfield Cup. And then, of course, you've got to try and get him to do it again in a Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, look, yes. But, naturalism, he needed to win it. But it wasn't as though he was fully screwed down, like, had absolutely no improvement in him. Like, our point of view was the horse we thought was going very well. We thought he was perfect for where he was at, and if he was good enough, he'd be winning the race. So, yes, the Caulfield Cup probably was the grand final, but the way the horses pulled up, as I said, if at all he showed us that he'd felt that run, he wouldn't be taking his place. He'd be in the paddock for next prep. But, he's spot on, mate.
Is it a different type of pressure heading into a Melbourne Cup compared to the Caulfield Cup? Because obviously you've done the job in that Group 1 Caulfield Cup.
Yeah, look, I think it probably is. At the moment, I'm very relaxed. I was really got very anxious leading to the Caulfield Cup. I just wanted everything to go right. And in the game of racing that we play, you can do everything spot on. All your systems can be in place, and then the horse might leave feed, or the horse might get a high temperature, or the horse might get a foot abscess. There are things that are out of everyone's control that just happen. And I think I was beating myself up about something like that in case it happened, and thankfully, it was very, very smooth sailing. And at the moment, I'm just enjoying it, and I'm sure Sunday, Monday, I'll be walking the box.
Yeah.
But at the moment, no, feeling very good.
How much confidence does Jamie Mallum get after that brilliant ride, I reckon, under so much pressure in a Caulfield Cup?
It really was a great ride.
Yeah.
And I think people who haven't had a chance to go and look at the chopper vision, which is on racing.com, it is the best vision you can see of a race. There was a couple of times throughout that run. Well, first of all, Andrea Zini was just hip and shouldering her.
Being annoying.
Which I've got to have words with him about.
Yeah. Well, he won't be back, unfortunately.
But look, there was times, split-second decisions that jockeys need to make, where had Jamie not been brave and had confidence in the horse, and you also need the right animal to do it, she took those gaps. And had she been a little bit negative in that situation, he's out the back and the race is over. And I would ask everyone that likes watching replays, go and watch the chopper vision.
Because she was under a little bit of pressure, Jamie. Obviously, everyone's under pressure when you're riding a Caulfield Cup favourite, but she hadn't been in the best of form heading into that race. But she's full of class, and that was nearly the highlight for me so far for the spring, to see Jamie do that and be the first female jockey to win a Caulfield Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, look, she's probably not getting the rides that she got 2 years ago, or maybe last year. And this game's about opportunity, Gareth. I mean, it's no different to a trainer. If you don't have the stock, you're not going to be here on the big days getting the big results. But let's hope she's the first female to do the double.
You've watched the replay 1,000 times from the
2,000 times.
Yeah, 2,000 times from the Caulfield Cup. You've analysed, I would imagine, the internationals as well. Who are you scared of most in this year's Cup?
I'm scared the most of our Riffer, who we haven't seen yet out here, but he's a quality horse. He's proven traveller, proven Group 1 winner, proven stayer, got the pedigree, handles the soft ground. He is the one if he can carry the weight. I thought Presage Nocturne ran very well. I thought Valiant King was enormous, and Maidan will improve. So, there's a lot of horses that we fear.
Yep.
I think that people probably will look at the Caulfield Cup and pick 3 or 4 horses out of that will look like they're more suited to the 2 mile. But we had to sort of make a run and had to do it a bit the hard way. And I think second and third especially got very cruisy runs. So I think a different race shape, Flemington, we can be a bit more conservative, let the race unfold, trust the Flemington straight, trust our horse's fitness, and let him chime in at the right time.
Who are we backing from the McAvoy camp outside of Half Yours for this Cup week?
Well, look, I think Arabian Summer's over the odds on Saturday.
Yeah.
I think she's going quite nicely. Blake Shin's taking the ride there. I think Options is a good place bet in the Derby, just because the favourite's very short.
Can you beat the favourite in the Derby?
Oh, look, the favourite's a very good horse, isn't he?
Yeah.
I respect him a lot. He's got to relax to run out a strong 2,500. Yep. That'll be the slight concern for him. Thank you. Whereas our horse will relax. That's what he does do, and I'm sure he'll be conserving his energy. We've got a nice 2-year-old, hopefully a nice 2-year-old in both Tuesday but also Saturday, so we can look out for the 2-year-olds. They'll be...
Which 2-year-old?
Well, we're going to have 2 on Tuesday. We've got Nell, who won at Bendigo, and we've got a first starter, and then we've got a couple of first starters in the English race on the final day. There's one called Bohemian Rhapsody that goes quite well.
We'll be on. Hey, we wish you the best of luck with this build-up to the Melbourne Cup.
Good on you.
Half Yours would be some story if you can get the chocolates.
We'll make room for the goat now.
Yeah, we better let Chris Waller on, but we wish you the best of luck. Thanks mate.
Cheers.
There we go. Great to catch up with Calvin McAvoy. And now Chris Waller will join us here on Giddy Up, live on this Tuesday morning at Flemington. He has been a busy man. He never stops. And he joins us right now. Chris, thanks for joining us, mate.
My pleasure, Gareth. It's great to be here.
Do you enjoy these Tuesday mornings? I don't know how much media you've done over the last week, especially with Cox Plate Week and now Flemington. But I guess being the leading trainer in this country, it's a responsibility that you have to uphold from time to time, and you do it so well. So we're appreciative of it.
Good man, Gareth. No, it is a responsibility, and when you've got good things to talk about, it's no problem. It's a pleasure to talk about some of these great horses, and I think that's what we learnt from Winks, is that we became an ambassador, and that people really want to know about these great horses, and it's all about keeping people engaged, and we're seeing it on sport around the world, whether it's baseball, whether it's motor racing, whatever it is, you've just got to engage with the people.
Yep.
We are so lucky in Australia with the media. Like yourself, Gareth, there's a lot of passionate media out there, and you are the people that put it on people's screens or in the airways, and it's so important.
But I think Australian racing is lucky that the participants get it as well, because if they're not there promoting the game, then there is no game at the end of the day. And especially someone like you that has all of the stars basically of the sport, people want to hear from Seawaller.
If you picked up the newspaper in New York, one of the biggest cities in the world, there would be no racing, nothing at all. So we've got to embrace this media support, and it's a big important thing.
And talking to our sister channels here on the Sports Entertainment Network with Vossi and Brandy in Sydney and Kane and Semi today on 11:16, their racing takes centre stage, which is great. Like, there's a couple of rugby league and rugby test matches over the weekend, but racing is the number one sport, especially in the two biggest cities at the moment, in Sydney and Melbourne. And we all want to back a winner and enjoy this great sport with the narratives. And the Melbourne Cup is our biggest race. There's no doubt about that. And you've made a decision with Buckaroo yet, or are you still weighing that up?
Still weighing it up.
Yep.
Yeah. We could go either way.
Yeah.
What I can say is he had his scans yesterday, and he passed them, which was
thank
fantastic.
God.
Yeah. It's a big call, because if he failed the scans yesterday, he's out of the last day as well.
Yes.
So he can run in either the Cup or the last day, and still deciding. It was a tough race for him last year, but maybe there were circumstances around it. He was back 3 wide last. He circled them at 800, and he peaked with 100 to go. Naturally, was beaten 3.5. So if he had a perfect draw, a slow run race, he could win it. Respecting he's gone up 2.5 kilos since last year. So that's what the owners need to make a decision on.
I think you might have learned a little bit last year with him as well, that he's a horse that, like, you're going to ride him with a little bit of luck in a Melbourne Cup, and maybe take the shortcuts with him, and instead of trying to ride him like the best horse.
Yeah, I would do that. Yeah. Joe Moreira rode him last year, and he rode Solcombe the year before. Same connections, and he did ride for luck on Solcombe, and it didn't come. And I think he was mindful of that.
Yeah. So Land Legend worked today here. Will you push on with him?
We will. I know it's a tough one.
He'll probably win, Land Legend. I reckon I'm going to put him in my quaddies and first fulls, because I backed him last year. I liked his run in the Turnbull. I don't know what happened there at Caulfield, but I reckon that first Tuesday in November, could be a race for Land Legend.
Nothing went right from at Caulfield. I know it was a disaster, but Stephen Arnold rode him this morning. Few gear changes. We're taking the Norton bit off, putting a cross noseband on. We're taking the earmuffs off.
Yeah.
That's a big gear change with horses. So if he settles, he'll run much better.
And who's going to ride him?
Joe Moreira.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
He'll get the job done as well, Joe. Welcome back to Flemington, Joe. We've missed you. So also in the Melbourne Cup, of course, you've got the third favourite, Valiant King. He needs a fast run 2 miles, and he probably might get that, I reckon, on Tuesday. Does he enjoy some rain?
He does. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So he's just in career best form.
Yeah.
He sailed up the straight this morning in good style. Jai McNeil was aboard, and Jai was buzzing after his run in the Caulfield Cup, and he's looking forward to the ride on him on next Tuesday.
Andy Mackiff was telling us yesterday, he said, I can't bloody beat Seawaller in a Coolmore, so I decided to give him a horse. So they're giving you Biwak.
Yeah, he's giving us the right one.
Our man Gator, David Gately, he obviously by Biwak, and Biwak used to be frustrating. He could turn up and he would be like the greatest of all time, and then he wouldn't turn up. Do you reckon this fella's a little bit more consistent? Can you have confidence in him?
Well, what he did in the Golden Rose was special.
Yeah.
He broke the track record. His ratings are through the roof. So it's our job to try and simulate that, to get him close to it again. He had a jump out down the straight last Friday. He was great. Adam Hieronymus sticks with him. He's a really good informed young jockey. And, Yeah, there's no reason why he can't. It looks a good Cornwall field, though.
It does, doesn't it? It's dropped away a little bit over the last couple of days, but there's still some superstars there.
Yeah.
I reckon Tentaris is the hardest to beat for Godolphin.
We're bringing another one down too, Skyglider. It's only his third start in a race.
Can he win?
Probably can't.
No.
But we're bringing him down.
Why then?
Because it just means he's a colt.
Yeah.
And it's a $20 to $30 million result.
Yeah.
So
You may as well have a throw at the stumps.
exactly.
Yeah, and if they win, like, do you get a free service? Is that how it's done?
Yeah. School fees are paid
It's
for.
like your superannuation, isn't it? Switzerland and home affairs is flying. You had a winner in New Zealand even the other day.
Yeah,
for Pikey.
his stock looked really good there. Strong, powerful, and good natures like him.
Can you win the Derby?
We've got two chances.
Yeah.
Providence,
He
he
was
ran
good.
really well at the Vars.
Yeah.
And Savvy Santa,
Yes.
he's a maiden,
Yeah.
but he ran third at Geelong and he's tracking along the right way and he's by Savabeel.
Autumn Glow, how good is she?
Pretty good.
Yeah. How did she work there yesterday?
Worked really well. James McDonald was on her yesterday morning and that was at Rose Hill. She finished her work off well. Recovery's excellent. Important barrier draw today for the Golden Eagle. It's a big field.
At least it's at Roundwick. Better than Rose Hill. Too many horses for Rose Hill, the Golden Eagle.
Yeah, I agree.
It's too messy.
Yeah. So that we need a good draw.
Yeah.
If she doesn't get a good draw, it just brings her back a little bit.
You won't scratch her.
Unlikely. She is entered for
the Empire Rose.
Yeah, but it's very unlikely. Very unlikely.
Angel Capital, we see him at Caulfield still.
Yes. Yeah. Tough decision to make, but I'm happy going 4 weeks between runs. Look, he may have won the Golden Eagle, but I think if we can tick that Group 1 box, get his confidence up, he'll win a lot of Group 1 races.
I love the way that Jolly Star worked here this morning. My mate Bloggy, he's going to have a big bet on her in the Champions Sprint.
Is he?
The Blogsy. Yeah, he said, I've never seen a sprinter work like that.
Well,
I said,
there you go. Is he a good judge?
Yeah, he's a good judge. He was on Via Sistina.
Oh.
Well, he's been stopping him a little bit like me, but he was on Via. So he's in there. Oh, he's got the good energy around him at the moment.
Jolly's good. James said exactly what you just said. She worked really well. And she'll go into the last day nice and fresh. And I think it'll only be a third run for the prep. So still plenty left there.
Lady Shenandoah?
She's good. She'll run in the Russell Balding this Saturday, 1,300 metre, $3 million race at Randwick. Probably, like she just was too keen in the Everest. She almost fell at the 500 clipped heels. So she can bounce back.
Couple more before we let you go because they're all lining up to talk to you, Chris. Fangirl takes on Pride of Jenny. Can you believe she's going around the Empire Rose? You thought you might have been able to avoid her, but it's going to be some race, the Empire Rose. Do you still go down that path with her?
I think so.
Yeah.
And Pride of Jenny's brought us undone a few times. But it'll make it a tough mile.
Yeah.
But I just thought it'd be a bit easier than the Champions Mile, so we're pretty keen.
Maybe the Champions Stakes. No one's going there now. You've only got Via and Tom Kitten.
Yeah.
You might have to bring Lindemann down.
Lots to talk about.
Yes. So many options. And then like a Lucy, does she back up if she does well on Saturday?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'd love for her to back up.
Now.
What else have I got for you, Chris? You got to ring your family as well.
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
How do you know?
Yes, I saw it on your phone. Now, is it true that you like mac and cheese?
Yeah.
Is that your favourite, your go-to? Because they tell me that you
comfort food.
Yeah. You just like to go to your hotel room and eat mac and cheese.
Yeah. And a few other things. A nice steak last night.
Good on you, Chris. Thanks for joining us, mate.
Absolute pleasure.
You go and get them this week.
Thank you.
And, bring on Cup Week.
Righto.
There's the champ, Chris Bowler. We'll take a break here on Giddy Up. Great to have your company on this Tuesday morning. We'll be back with plenty more. Thanks, brother.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. What a beautiful morning it is here at Flemington. We're live from Flemington for the traditional Breakfast with the Stars before, of course, the famous week starts on Saturday. Lee Jordan, the boss of racing at the VRC, joins me. Hello to you, Lee.
Good, Gareth. How are you?
And the man next to us knows how to win a Melbourne Cup. Nick Williams. Hello to you, Nick.
A pleasure to be here, Gareth.
What do you make of this year's Melbourne Cup field, first of all, Nick?
I think it looks terrific. I think we've all credit to Lee and also Paul Bloodworth. I think they've got the balance right in terms of we've got a couple of the right number of internationals to provide the intrigue, and then I think we've solved the complaint that I keep hearing that no one knows the form of the Melbourne Cup. You're going to have 18 runners or so from Australia that if anyone's been watching for the last 12 months, they can see all their form. It looks like an exciting race. It's an even race. There's no standout in it. I thought it was terribly sad Sedelius went by the wayside because he has the obvious opportunity to be the next star of the Australian turf. But overall, it looks like an exciting race, like it always is.
And it doesn't matter, I don't reckon, who's in the Melbourne Cup. At the end of the day, it's the bloody Melbourne Cup. And everybody wants to try and find the winner and try and back the winner. And looking forward to this year. I love the McAvoy story as well with half yours, Lee Jordan.
No, it is, Gareth. And as you said, I mean, this is the biggest week in Australian racing. There's no doubt. The Melbourne Cup itself turns over more than 4 times any other race in Australia. Our lowest attendance on the 4 days is, mid-50s on Oaks Day, which eclipses any other race meeting in Australia. So this is the biggest week of racing in Australia. There's no doubt about it. And the Cup, our stats is telling us, was it over half the people are involved in the Cup, watching it, celebrating it, whatever. So it's truly an iconic event and just a great week. Just looking forward to it.
Who's the horse to beat, Nick, in your eyes?
I'd have to say it might be sitting out there at Werribee.
Okay.
I think Andrew Balding's horse, Further, the 3-year-old, has got a great chance. Obviously, Joseph O'Brien, who we've got a great association with, he's got a couple of nice horses out there. Can Delius really ride it? It's not Delius. Our Riffer really make it, take a piece of history and win with 59. I doubt it, but he's far and away the best horse in the race. And Joseph's also got Goody Two Shoes, who's got a real squeak.
Just with our Riffer, these European horses better than anyone, especially from the Joseph O'Brien yard, is that 59 kilos, a couple of superstars have tried to do that after winning at St. Ledger and couldn't. I remember your horse, Twilight Payment, won at St. Ledger, was placed, had to carry some weight in a Melbourne Cup, then went back and did well in Europe, and then came back and won with 55.5 basically. So it is difficult to carry weight and win a cup.
Oh, it is, and there's no question about that. And one thing we do have to remember this year, of course, is the weights have been raised.
Yeah.
So the 59's 58. But it's still, you've got to carry it, and you're going to have to be a very good horse to do it. They've got the luxury of having Mark Zara. I reckon that's a huge plus for them. Although, having said that, I think Dylan Brown would have ridden the horse just fine. He's a good jockey, but Mark Zara's in form. You've only got to look at his rides in the Cox Plate and the Caulfield Cup and in the he's in form, proper form. So he'll give it a great ride, I'm sure. So it's got to have a chance.
Yeah, he's a big time rider.
He is.
The weather's going to be all important because
there's no trouble with the weather, Gareth.
You reckon?
No, there's no trouble.
We've got an expert. We've got an expert on the panel.
Kylie Rogers just gave me the official VRC forecast, and it's 25 degrees all 4 days, no wind, blue skies. That's the greatest weather you'll ever see.
Nick is an expert. He's shown me before we come on. He's got 70 million different apps, and he's got the whole lowdown.
Yeah.
Nick, you reckon it's going to be
Cup
fine?
day will be on a hard and fast track.
Yeah, I was all over Goody Two Shoes after we had a chat to Kevin Blake and Joseph O'Brien on Giddy Up about a month ago, and she's down the weights. JP McManus is sort of like the Lloyd Williams of Irish racing, and this is his first Melbourne Cup runner. And I thought, well, he wouldn't be mucking around, would he? Really?
Oh, he's not mucking around. The whole family are coming down here for the event. he's very excited about it. You know, JP, I wish Lloyd Williams was in the magnitude of JP. JP's got about 600 horses.
Yes.
You know, he's far and away the most successful jumps owner in the world.
Yeah.
And probably the biggest owner of horses in the world, including the superpowers. And he's a great man, and he and John Magny are basically single-handedly support Irish racing and Irish society to some extent.
Yeah.
And, I think this horse wouldn't be coming here for practice. He's a very astute man, so if it's coming here, you'd have to respect it.
Wayne Lorden gets the ride there on Goody Two Shoes. Who's your tip, Lee?
Well, talking about the international, one you haven't mentioned is Flatten the Curve, trained by Henk Crew, and I know he's probably a bit of a roughie, but since Henk took over the horse, he's never lost a race on turf. He was in the Belmont Gold Cup when they changed it to dirt, and he obviously didn't handle it. But, mate, Thor Hammer Hansen is aboard.
One of the greatest names ever to compete in a Melbourne Cup.
He used to be World Championship Wrestling. Yeah. Could you imagine him in the red corner, Thor Hammer Hansen? So, mate, I reckon that horse, he's got really good form. Yeah. He could fly under the radar a bit. Yeah. But of the locals, you've had Kelvin on, obviously half yours, and Chris has got a big hand as well. But, it's a bit of a roughie there.
Who are you tipping, Nick, outside of changing of the guard and maybe post-impressionist?
Oh dear. It's a bit early for me.
I gave you $100. What would you do with it?
I don't know what I'd do. I'd keep it in my pocket at this stage.
I know you would.
I'd go and buy you a drink at the Emerald. That's what I'd do.
You don't buy drinks at the Emerald if Andy Lewis is behind the bar. That's a lie.
That's true too. Oh dear, it's difficult, isn't it? It's such an even race.
Yeah.
It's if you gave me 100, I'd back Valiant King.
Beautiful. Birdman will get a start. Don't worry about that. A few text messages coming through. And Chief Little Rock, how's it going?
Yeah, he's good. He just had a little bit of a bad blood about just before he was going to run, like always happens. So we stopped him. He's been on a sort of bit of a rehab program since we got him, and he trialled incredibly well, and we were really looking forward to him. But once they get a bad blood, we don't like to push on with them, so we stopped him, and he's about to come back into work, and we'll see him in the autumn. Well,
Nick, thanks for joining us here on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. We wish you the best of luck for the Cup, and enjoy that week.
I tell you, it's the greatest week in sport, not just Australia, in the world. We're at the greatest race course, run by the greatest racing manager.
Yes.
And
look out.
It is just magnificent. And the best broadcaster.
Yes.
Look, what a week. Could have been any better.
Thanks, Nick. There's Nick Williams.
Here's a 50, Nick. I'll just give you
100.
We'll take the news. You stay with us, Lee. I think Craig Williams isn't far away as well.
Powered by Cygnets, making SEN News headlines. Major telcos will be required to keep a real-time public register about any network outages following the deadly Optus outage. Prince Andrew has reportedly agreed to leave the Royal Lodge if he and ex-wife Sarah Ferguson are given a house each. It's amid renewed criticism of his links with Jeffrey Epstein. The world's oldest head of state, Cameroon's 92-year-old president, has won an 8th term in office. And new research finds around 40% of Aussies have taken a sick day in the past 12 months for a reason other than being sick. Up next, SEN Sport. In A-League soccer, Macarthur has downed Adelaide United 2-1 overnight. Baseball's World Series continues in Los Angeles today for Game 3. It's currently 1-1 between the Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. And plenty of action for the NBA fans today with 11 games on, starting with the Pistons and Cavaliers and the 76ers hosting the Magic.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
At the top of the straight, went for home at the 400 metres. Vow and Declare back to the inside. 2 legs, Prince of Arran. Then came Hunting Hornhill Paradiso. Late Master of Reality with Vow and Declare on the inside. Then Prince of Arran, Raymond Tusk Finch. It's Master of Reality. Vow and Declare up on the inside. Vow and Declare, Prince of Arran is lifting late with El Paradiso. Master of Reality just in front. Vow and Declare kicks. Vow and Declare's won it for Australia.
Famous victory for Australia, Vow and Declare. And I was asked by bloggers today, racing blogger Stevie Power, what barrier draw do you want to win a Melbourne Cup? If you ask Craig, it really didn't matter that day. It was one hell of a ride. Hello to you, Craig Williams.
Lovely to be here, Gareth.
Yeah, it was a great ride that day. You drew the outside gate and you landed box seat after a couple of 100 metres.
Yeah, I was very fortunate. I had the right horse in Vow and Declare, and his trainer, Danny O'Brien, was really good with the instructions and didn't really give me too many. Just gave me confidence to go out and ride the horse, and it was a great thing to do in such a big moment that you weren't pressured into A or B. You're just going out and riding him, and he was a winner on the day.
It was a bit like Knight's Choice winning last year at a big price, Lee Jordan. Yeah. But it's important that we have an Australian-bred galloper win a Melbourne Cup, and I think all of the owners were from Gympie in Queensland. Which was great for the sport and great for the race.
But you're right, but the Cup does that, you know.
Yeah.
Like an international wins and everyone says, local will never win it again. Then they say, no, a battler will never win it again. Then Knight's Choice wins, Vow and Declare. So the Cup has just got this great knack of just bringing stories and changing pathways and, you know.
Sounds like you've been listening to my phone call to my manager after every year's Melbourne Cup. We need to ride an international. We've got to ride an international, and then we win on Vow and Declare.
Yeah.
And Craig, you travel around the world and especially in this country to all of the big races. What's the Melbourne Cup? Where does it sit? Is it clearly number one?
When I was a kid growing up into racing, you always dreamed of winning it. They're the pinnacle. Yeah. It is the pinnacle.
Yeah.
And it is the race that actually does change your life as a jockey. So, you know, the people I cross the street with all the time in my area, my neighbourhood, once you win the Melbourne Cup, they just seem to recognise you all of a sudden. So we're very fortunate that, you know, front page of our newspapers on our big days, you know, Cox Plate, Caulfield Cup, Melbourne Cup derbies, we can have horse racing there. We can have sport, and it's fantastic. Yeah. It's not death and destruction, and we should be really embracing that and feel privileged that that's what we get to do, and that's why we're in the entertainment industry, and that's what we love to do.
I don't want to rub it in, but you probably could have won a Cox Plate on Saturday, and you would have had the shortest price favourite going into a Melbourne Cup in the history of the great race, but that's not to be. But you picked up, it looks like anyway at the moment, you'll be riding Buckaroo in a Melbourne Cup, which is exciting.
Yeah, it is. Look, 2 weeks ago when Sir Dallas, which you're alluding to, didn't meet the criteria to pass to race, to be suitable to race in the Spring Carnival, it was really, really, it was a bit devastating.
Yeah.
And but for me, I was lucky. I remember getting the message from Gay, Craig, you're gonna have to find a rider in the Cox Plate and the Melbourne Cup now. But the horse is okay, which is the most important thing.
And Buckaroo, he didn't have much luck in this race last year, but he's a horse, and we're just talking to Chris Waller about him. He probably needs to be ridden for luck over 2 miles, but if he gets that luck, he's got the class at weight for age to be competitive, you would imagine, in our great race.
Oh, he's definitely got the class. Yeah. There's no doubt. He's he has the best form in the race.
Yes.
And then, of course, now he goes to a handicap and over 2 mile. But it is definitely a really good horse.
It won't be, if they both go that way, you'll ride him over Birdman. Of course, you rode him on the course proper today.
Well, Birdman's in great form.
Yeah.
I couldn't be more glowing about the way that he felt, the way he moved, the way that he was today. He's going to the race. He's also a horse that probably needs to have probably similar mentality in regards to riding instructions, thought process, planning going into him running in the Melbourne Cup in 7 days as well. But he's also going really well, and it is come back to a handicap. But of course he's. There's no doubt Buckaroo is the best credential horse in the race.
I reckon it'd be great reality TV following the jockeys around, especially after the races, trying to look for rides, etc. So that Melbourne Cup ride, when do you start looking for it?
When the Melbourne Cup for this year's over, we look for 2026 from today. We look at horses that might have ran well, travelled well.
Yeah.
Because 2 miles is not a distance range we call that long distance in Australia. You know, over Europe, that's just a normal distance for them. So our long distance we would say from 10 furlongs on, over there they call it middle distance. So we start looking at those horses all the way through, and then of course because it's a handicap, you need, you know, there's obviously three criteria now. You need to be the best credentialed, the best handicapped, and you need to be the healthiest to pass the scans. So there's three things that we'll obviously look at now going forward. But look, it's an amazing race. It changes your life. So everyone's driven to try and win it.
Who have you been chasing? You got Sir Delius, but did you chase many internationals?
I chased the French horse after the Caulfield Cup.
Yep.
But they're keeping the same jockey on. Chased the English horse that
Maidan,
because I thought Flemington might suit, and I thought Aussie's other horse that Jai McNeil was successful on, Valiant King. So that was the ones I saw. I mean, of course, the winner, but the winner was good, but he got 2 kilo penalty. But I'm not questioning that because the handicapper usually does his job really well. One Smooth Operator, who I rode last year, and remembering that when he turned up, he didn't pass 2 of the vets until the last vet pass, and he turned up to the race not in the same form as when he won the Geelong Cup, and he still was only beaten 4 and a bit lengths, I believe. So, so they're the things that we start looking at, and you try and find the next biggest one or something. I've been staying up, well, not staying up too late, but my manager does, but I watch YouTube the next day through Europe through the middle part of the season, and I always wait for an interview, and it's fantastic. I feel really proud that is it good enough for the Melbourne Cup now?
Yeah. Well, that's a great insight, because to be a great jockey, it's not just what you do on the track. It's the hustle that you have to do off the track as well, Craig.
We've got good managers, and they're pretty good, and we demand a lot from them. But again, two heads is better than one, and 4 eyes is better than 2. So we don't. I just know, and I've been rewarded by working hard, so it doesn't stop.
Yeah. What other great rides have you got during the Flemington Carnival? It's great to see you finally back here on Derby Day.
Don't be like that. I had Bellani Patina the last 2 years.
Yes, and you couldn't jump off her, of course, but there's nothing like Derby Day when you walk through these gates here at Flemington.
Well, you think it's unheard of. If I wasn't at Derby Day, when I was able to be consistently at that top level, you must have been injured or suspended not to be here at Flemington on Derby Day at headquarters. It's just part of it. But because of the competition and those options, and then you just got to try and field your way. Hopefully horses end up, that you don't have to. But for a jockey, they can only ride one horse in one race. They can only ride at one race meeting per day, from different states. So unfortunately, it is what it is. The flip side of that is some people can gain opportunities out of it. So, you're unhappy with it when it affects you badly. When it affects you good, you think it's fantastic. So it is what it is.
I know you've got to get to Tony Jones for Channel 9, but who's your best ride there on Saturday?
Oh, God, it's never one answer question.
No.
So we're riding, what are we riding, Lee, in the Derby?
I
call it Prince of Aaron. I keep telling everyone it's Prince of Aaron.
Prince of Aaron. He ran the Cup a few years ago.
Yeah, that was
Arabian Prince.
Yeah. He's got to get a run, so he's outside. He's a great rider. Got Benadryl in the
great ride.
Yep, she's going really, really well for Glenn Thompson.
Skyhook in the Coolmore. I'll be your manager here.
Well, Well, I tell you what, I'll give you the same payment as I give Paul Bloodworth, and I can double it. So that's 0. Double it's like.
Just on Benadryl, she's got to take on Pride of Jenny. You've ridden against Pride of Jenny many times. It doesn't look like in this mare's race there's too many horses that can go with her in the early part. So how does that play out for her? Like, I think this is a good race for Pride of Jenny on paper, personally.
Yeah, well, you're right. That's the way we start processing it. But I haven't spoken to Glenn Thompson, her trainer, but I'm pretty sure that we'll be just worrying about riding her, and it seems to be the best outcome. But I know when you see her in a field, it does change the way that you do start looking at the races.
We get a lot of text messages loving you, Craig, here, and I think
I like those ones. They're better than the other ones.
Even yesterday, we have our Simply Sensational Ribera's moment, and a lot came through for you with the photo with the kid after you won that first race on Saturday there at Moonee Valley. So, mate, we love what you do for the game. You go above and beyond. One of the great ambassadors. You're a great human being, and hopefully you can just weave your magic down that straight here at Flemington with Buckaroo.
Many times. Yeah.
Mark Hunter told me he went 100 metres too early there the other day, so you might be able to sneak through on Buckaroo and grab him right on the line, because I don't know if he likes to think about it.
I thought Mark Zahra rode him great.
It was 11 out of 10.
And I actually loved being part of that race. I thought it was fantastic and very fitting for Moonee Valley to finish their conclusion that current position with the Cox Plate being
Yeah.
the race. And I loved all the crowd being there. It was fantastic to be part of that day.
Good on you, mate. Thanks, Craig.
Lee's got to live up to a bit more.
Yes.
You weren't on the track taking the running rail down or anything like that, were you?
We're going to take a break. Thanks, guys.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live from Flemington on this beautiful Tuesday morning. It was a little bit chilly when we arrived here for track work, but the sun is out and Melbourne doesn't get any better as we get set for the biggest week in Australian racing, which kicks off with Derby Day on Saturday. The racing manager for the VRC, Lee Jordan, stays with us. And Lee Mottershead, who is a superstar from Racing Post, he's back with us for another carnival, and he'll join us straight after the 9 o'clock news. So don't go anywhere. Still plenty more to come here on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning.
Powered by Signet. Good morning. I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. 2 people have died in a mine explosion in the far west of New South Wales. Emergency services were called to Cobar, about 450 kilometres east of Broken Hill. A man died underground while 2 women were brought to the surface, but one has since died. The opposition will today push for a Senate inquiry into the 000 system following the deadly Optus outage. It comes as the Australian Communications and Media Authority has been formally told by the federal government to let the public know more about 000 outages. The Federal Health Minister has moved to assure Australians the safety of sunscreen lotions ahead of summer. More than 20 sunscreens have recently been recalled after failing SPF tests. On 7, Mark Butler says the products weren't providing their advertised protection.
We're very confident now that the products that you'll see on the supermarket shelves or in your pharmacist or chemist are there with accurate testimony.
Australians with chronic kidney disease will soon be able to access a potentially life-changing drug. 70,000 Australians will be able to access the drug Jardiance on the PBS from this Saturday. Hurricane Melissa has been upgraded to a Category 5 storm as it barrels towards Jamaica. It's expected to be the strongest hurricane to hit the island since record-keeping began. And according to Finder, 2 in 5 Aussies have taken a sick day in the past 12 months for a reason other than being sick. Coming up, SEN Sport. Sheffield Shield action gets underway this morning for round 3. Victoria is taking on Tasmania, Queensland up against New South Wales, and WA hosts South Australia at the Wacker. And there's just 24 days until the start of the Ashes. Catch every ball live right here on SEN. And for Unibet, gamble responsibly. Kansas is hosting Washington this morning to see out Week 8 of the NFL.
live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up on this beautiful Tuesday morning here at Flemington. It's 4 minutes past 9. It doesn't get any better, really, when there's not a cloud in the sky. It was a little chilly this morning, as I mentioned just before, but they have the traditional track work morning here at Flemington before the magical week starts, the biggest week in Australian racing. Lee Jordan, of course, the racing manager, joins me here, and he's been joining me for most of the morning. And Lee Mottershead is the superstar from Racing Post. He's with us now. G'day to you, Lee.
Good morning. What a gorgeous morning.
It is a gorgeous morning.
Makes you glad to be alive.
Yes. I did say racing manager of the VRC, didn't I?
I think you can call me anything, Gareth. It's great to see Lee back, though, isn't it? I mean, how many, we're talking about this, how many Melbourne Cups have you done?
This is my 8th Cup Carnival.
Yeah.
Fiorente was the first. Had a bit of a break through COVID. But yeah, it's great to be back. And it's been a bit of a race against time this year to get here. So.
And we'll get to that story in just a moment, but just to paint the picture for our listeners out there, and a lot of our listeners on RSN know you. You worked for Michael Falgate for a long time, and the SEN Track listeners obviously have read your work anyway on the Racing Post.
Bless you. And them.
But Racing Post is probably the biggest racing publication in the world.
I'd like to think so. I think in terms
and you're the boss.
It is.
Oh, no, I'm not the boss. No, I'm the senior writer. I take orders.
He's the boss.
I take orders.
No.
I'm a creative.
Yeah.
I'd like to think we're the biggest sort of racing media brand, racing writing brand. I've worked there, so next September I'll have done 30 years.
Yeah.
With Racing Post. I'm very lucky as senior writer. I get to do all the big British meetings, sort of leading the team there, and I've worked loads of places: America, Australia, Japan, Germany, Barbados, all over. I get paid to do my hobby. We all get paid to do our hobbies.
Gareth Lee is the most respected European journalist, racing journalist. There's no doubt about that. Racing Post is the widest read in their website and whatever, and he's number one. So don't let him tell you any different.
No, we all know that, and we're lucky to have you on the show this morning, mate, because you arrived when on Saturday?
Friday morning.
Friday morning.
So I did 2 days to the Valley.
Yes. And how did you enjoy the Cox Plate, the final Cox Plate there at Moonee Valley, as we know it anyway?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a bit surreal. Yeah, really, wasn't it? I've never seen a racecourse being dismembered.
Yes,
within minutes of the race taking place. I mean, to see a 30-metre stretch of rail being carted out the racecourse was quite unusual.
Yeah, it was.
They won't like that if that happens here on Saturday.
No,
they won't like it.
It was a day that I won't ever forget. It's a day that we probably won't ever see again. And obviously, there's no bigger roar in racing, I don't think, when, especially you seem to feel it at Moonee Valley when they roar at the 600 past the school in a Cox Plate, and especially with the well-back favourite like Via Sistina. So it was a great day, and then we look forward to Cup Week, of course. But you've had your health battles over recent time,
you
mate.
get to my age and you do, don't
you? But you had a bit of scare and you're okay. Just tell us your story, which you've made it public.
Yeah,
you wanted to.
So how do you guys feel about testicles?
No, yes.
So 2 months ago, just after Shergar Cup, I found a lump on my right testicle.
Yeah.
Got that checked out the following day. The consultant surgeon said, I'm almost certain that's not a problem, but while you're here, have an ultrasound scan, just so we can dot all the I's and cross the T's. Went back during the week to have an ultrasound scan. The guy doing the scan, who, along with the consultant, probably saved me, he saw within the testicle like a varicose vein type thing.
Okay.
Which he said in itself is not a problem, but it can mean there's an issue further up the body. So I'm going to scan your kidney as well. So he scanned the kidney, and the long and short of it was that when I saw the guy who eventually did the surgery on September the 22nd, I had within my right kidney a tumour that was almost as big as the kidney.
Okay.
And that had been growing for 5 years, no symptoms whatsoever. So complete sliding door thing. If I hadn't seen a lump on my testicle, if the guy doing the scan, if the consultant hadn't said have a scan, if the guy doing the scan hadn't scanned my kidney as well, then this might well have been my final Cup Carnival. So as it is,
unbelievable.
Yeah, Yeah, I've been very lucky. They also diagnosed a heart condition during the pre-ops as well, called Brugada syndrome, which apparently could finish me off just like that. But it hasn't finished me off in 50 years, which is a good sign.
Yes.
So, all being well, I can't guarantee I'll do 50 more Cup Carnivals. But it's certainly the objective.
It's a lesson to everybody. Just go and get checked,
Yeah.
especially
When in doubt,
with men's
get
health.
checked out. Yep.
So important. Back for another Melbourne Cup, of course. That's the race that you're here for.
Yeah.
Who's the horse to beat in your eyes right now?
I think Al Riffa. It's not very creative. If I'd said Parchment or Flatten the Curve, you would think, God, he's a genius.
Yeah.
But no, I think Al Riffa is probably as classy and international as has come out for a long time. He's a genuine 10 furlong
weight for age
mile and a
horse.
half Group 1 horse, genuine Group 1 horse. You know, he hosed up in the Irish St Leger last time. He won't mind if we get some rain over the weekend. He won't want biblical rain, but he won't mind a bit of rain. He's trained by Joseph O'Brien, who's got an amazing backstory in the race. He's ridden by a jockey who knows a bit about winning Melbourne Cups as well.
Sarah.
So there's nothing not to like about Al Riffa.
I reckon the biggest booking for that horse is the Mark Sarah factor. I don't know about you, Lee, but my time following this game, he'd be nearly the first jockey I would put on for a big race.
He just knows, doesn't he?
He does. He's just got that.
And those Group 1 races, he just performs. So I think you had Nick Williams on earlier, and he said that's a big engagement, and I agree.
And even like he's right on Buckaroo there in the Cox Plate, like he had that gate which was inside of Via Sistina.
Yeah.
And I know that he works closely with Mark Hunter, but like everyone thought, from that gate you should settle in front of Via Sistina.
Yeah.
But he knew that he had to let Via Sistina in front of him, knowing the only chance of him beating her is that when she goes and makes the run first, he follows her everywhere she goes and then has the last crack at her and then tries to nail her. And he nearly pulled off one of the great rides in a Cox Plate only because he knew that horse, he understood his opposition, he knew what McDonald would probably be thinking. Along with Shin, he probably thought Shin was coming from behind but didn't. So at the end of the day, he gets the 1%ers right when it matters most. And I reckon with 59 on his back, Al Riffa, he will need every bit of the M. Zara masterclass and genius, I reckon, on this first Tuesday in November to win the Cup, because history tells you that you can't win with 59. I know it's 58, but you can't win with 58, let alone 59.
I don't think the actual weight in itself, I mean, in sort of our terms back home, he's carrying 9 stone 4.
I know.
But the weight he's giving away
correct
to some good horses is significant.
Yeah.
But there aren't many horses in that field on a week on Tuesday who would be chasing home a horse like City of York in the Eclipse Stakes,
but then
or cruising to victory in an Irish
tell
St
me
Leger.
that, but when I look back through history, you've got and I know it's a different ball game and they're different types of horses. He's probably got more of a turn of foot than the horses I'm about to mention. But when you talk about Irish St Leger winners like Septimus, the great Vinnie Rowe, even like who else? Yates. Like those superstars, Persian Punch, and those type of horses couldn't get the job done.
But where he's different is they were stayers. You know, they were horses who primarily became 2 mile horses. He's not a 2 mile horse. He's a 1.25 mile horse, now 1.6 mile horse, who potentially has the class to see out 2 miles. So I think he is a classier horse than them. He might have the same sort of figures, but he's a different sort. Now, it might well be that we get here and he finds the final 200 metres too much for him.
Yeah.
But in terms of class, I think he is right up to the best we've sent out.
They reckon that Irish St Leger form was rubbish.
The second horse, the horse trained by Rafe Beckett, Amalok, I mean, he's going for the Breeders' Cup turf.
Okay.
On Saturday.
So it's not that bad.
No, absolutely not. No.
Because Illinois was out the back, but it was sticky ground that day, wasn't it? Some horses handled it, some horses didn't.
Illinois was out of the back. He didn't win his race. He never wins anymore.
No,
Illinois.
he doesn't. No.
So I wouldn't hold the Irish St Leger down because of Illinois.
No.
I'd raise it because of Amalok.
Yep. Lee?
Yeah, no, look, I think Lee's got a good point. This horse predominantly was running over 2,000, and that was his go, weight for age 2,000, and he was running in some top Group 1 races. And then Joseph extended him out, and he's proved to be really, really good over, a mile and a half, and 2,800 over the Irish St Leger. So I'm with Lee in that he's classy. He's not like Yates and those sort of horses. He's got to turn a foot. There's no doubt. So, but as you point out, the weight is an issue. It's you could debate this all day long, Gareth.
But that's what makes it. That's just what we love about the Melbourne Cup. It's a handicap.
It's a handicap. Yeah.
So there's no doubt about it that El Riffer. Maybe Buckaroo comes into the race at weight for age. They're the best credentialed horses.
An ex-stablemate of El Riffer.
Yes. And then, but you see horses like the Great So You Think,
yeah,
who couldn't get 2 miles and he pulled his way into a Melbourne Cup and just faded past the clock tower. But he was one of the greatest horses ever to compete in a Melbourne Cup.
Yep.
But it's a different ball game, 2 miles with the different weight scale in a Melbourne Cup. So I think it's a great challenge for El Riffer. Whether I could take the $6, I couldn't take the $6. I would take him on every day of the week. And if he beats you, you go, well played.
So do you think come the day, will he be popular or unpopular with punters?
They're always popular, aren't they? The Joseph O'Brien runners. Everyone loves Zara. If the rain comes, they tell me that he'll lap that up.
Yeah.
And so he'll be tight in the market. There's no doubt about that. But I couldn't explain the push for Absurd last year.
No.
Like, he was off the map 3 hours before the race.
I don't know if that's that Willie factor. I mean, he was a good run in the Caulfield Cup.
He's got a big chance.
He got a bit of a check and whatever. I know he's an older horse, but you just don't underrate Willie.
No, definitely not.
And Dave Casey, he's hard at Willie when you go there. I mean, you got Dave Casey.
He's done more cups than you.
Yeah, he has.
You got Ruby Walsh.
Yeah.
You got Willie's son.
Yeah.
I don't know if Absurd gets 2 miles, does he?
I don't think he wasn't finishing off last year.
No.
I think he was checked a couple of times up the straight. I think if he'd not been checked, he would have been even closer to
Yeah, no, I reckon last year, you're right, he ran 5th, but you're right, he got checked. If you look at the run, look, he's probably not the most fashionable horse in the race.
Yeah.
And he hasn't got the brilliance of El Riffer, but he's got the Willie Mullins polish. So
he's gone close twice before.
Meydan interests me because it depends on who you ask as well, whether they think he's up to it or not. I like Ed Crisford's comments regarding him. He says probably at home, ability-wise, we probably see that he's got enough of the same amount of ability of a horse like a West Wind Blows or Without a Fight. He probably hasn't done it on the track just yet. But then I watched that Caulfield Cup run. I thought it was enormous.
Yeah.
And he's looking for 2 miles, and he'll love Flemington, and he gets McDonald with 54. Now, that's going to be tough for James to get down to that weight, but I think it says something.
I think I'm torn with Meydan. For a start, he's a horse who can throw in some terrible runs, and he's done that this year. You know, some of his form is pretty ordinary, but at the same time, he can throw in some whoppers, like in the September Stakes. I went into the Caulfield Cup thinking that the track wouldn't suit him. He's a big unit, and I think that played out.
Correct.
I don't think Caulfield was his place. This place, big galloping track, will be much more his cup of tea. My concern would be that if you put the track aspect to one side with Caulfield, I think when they came on this expedition, the Caulfield Cup was the prime target.
Yes.
I think there's a bit of a half yours about him, in the sense that I think if they thought he was going to win a race, it was the Caulfield Cup and will go on to the Melbourne Cup. Now, as it's turned out, he's run an encouraging race in the Caulfield Cup and now building towards a Melbourne Cup. He's a sort of horse who definitely, off his rating, has a chance of winning it, but he's got 2 ways of running.
I think James was uncertain about him. Like, he took the ride, but he didn't have many options, James. Even with the weights going up, these big jockeys who need like 55 plus, it's still difficult for them to get a ride. There's not too many options for them. But once he rode that horse on that Sunday morning, I think his attitude changed quite considerably regarding this horse, Meydan.
And
he really believed.
And you see with the internationals, they can go either one or 2 ways. They can have a run and it brings them right on.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it can go the other way.
Yeah.
It just really depends because it's such a big trip they've got to make. And he could be one that, enjoys the run. And Simon and Ed have come here before with West Wind Blows. They know what to do. They're very astute. And Simon was obviously racing manager for Godolphin for 30 years. He travelled horses everywhere.
All those seconds they had.
Yeah. And West Wind Blows should have won a big race here. He was so brave on so many occasions.
Yeah.
And Without a Fight, they had the right horse. They got the wrong conditions there on Flemington on Cup Day. Champions Day, you happy with that?
Yeah.
Champion Stakes, I'm a little concerned about. The rest of maybe Champion Sprint as well. We don't know who's going to come down from the boarding.
We don't know who's going to come down from Sydney. I mean, Chia Wolf was going to come down.
Yeah, he's coming. The Champions Mile is going to be the standout race again, I reckon.
Mr. Brightside.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'll wait and see on Via Sistina.
Yeah, she's coming.
She'll
be
good.
Here, mate. Yeah.
So, no, look, numbers is always a little bit of an. We'd like to get double digit, but I think the class will be there.
Yeah.
So we'll just wait and see. But yeah, I think that's shaping up. It's a good sort of crescendo, and then we open up the track and get on the track and watch Fisher, and hopefully we don't have the scenes that happened at Mooney Valley. We got Liam's. Liam will be out there protecting the running rail. And
hope we haven't taught the punters some bad habits there. But Champions Day to me, I reckon it's worked beautifully since you've moved it to that Saturday. And when you get the Cox Plate champ turn up here, I think that's a big tick in itself anyway. So
there's a danger, isn't it? When you have the Cup on the Tuesday, as it always should be, but there's a danger that what comes next can be an anticlimax.
Yeah.
With Champions Day, now it's not.
No.
You know, you're building again towards Saturday.
It's like that meeting at Ascot. Champions
absolutely.
Day.
Yeah, excellence all the way through.
And then you get the Breeders' Cup, and a lot of the superstars will be there. Lee, thanks for joining us. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll catch up with you on numerous occasions throughout the week. But bring on this Cup week, and as I say to people, it's even the international visitors. It's like when you walk through these gates at Flemington on Derby Day, it's something special. There's a wonderful aura. Everyone decked in black and white. It's the start of 4 massive days, and there's no better feeling for a racing fan.
No, and look, get on the vrc.com.au site. We talked about Fisher. I mean, $85 to get on Champions Day. I mean, I think it's $200 or $300 to go and see Fisher. So, come on, it should be get in before they all get sold out. It's going to sell out. There's no doubt.
And we're on Goody Two Shoes.
Yes.
Do you give her a hope?
She's trained by Joseph O'Brien.
Yes.
So you give her a hope. She's owned by JP McManus, who is as shrewd an owner or punter as anyone you'll ever meet. You know, he would not have given the tick for her to run unless he thought she had a chance. She's been running over fences this year, which is unusual.
Yeah.
But you know, we've seen in the past how many internationals have been doing that. So she's clearly an outsider, and she deserves to be an outsider, but not an unconsidered outsider.
No, she needs firm ground, they tell me, and she's got to turn a foot, they tell me as well. So hopefully it's a JP McManus plunge they're trying to plan in a Melbourne Cup at the bottom of the weights. No run leading into the Cup, which was the plan. They were a little scared that she might not get in, but they still took the punt to think that we'll turn up, and if she gets in, she gets in. She's in the race. I reckon that's the best tip anyone can get, basically. Boys, thanks for that. Thanks you, Lee Jordan.
Thanks,
Lee
Gareth.
Mona's Head. You enjoy yourself back in Melbourne.
Thank you.
We'll catch up with you boys I think you're about to join Jared Waitley.
I'm going to dash off now and get back for Jared.
Yes. You know, Jared, he loves the Flemington Carnival. He loves his racing. He'll be all over the international horses as well. So you'll have some fun with Jared. Thanks for that, boys.
Thanks, Gareth.
We'll take a break. On the other side of it, we might catch up with Francesca Camani, who I caught up with a little earlier this morning here at Flemington.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up live from Flemington. Geez, it's been a fun morning so far, catching up with Calvin McAvoy, Chris Waller, Lee Jordan, Lee Mottershead from Racing Post, the Racing Post. Who else have we had on the show this morning? I mentioned Craig Williams as well. He was great, as he always is. So it's been terrific fun. Some text messages coming through. If the computer would work, here we go. We've got just fast forward to Goody Two Shoes, Gareth. She's the one. There you go. Gareth, you can get $6 in most places for Pride of Jenny, but $4.40 in the green machine, with the green machine. Do others think she won't run? Seems a big gap in prices. That, when it comes to Pride of Jenny and her being short on that particular corporate, that is a very, very good sign that she'll be heading to that race. Love listening to Craig. What a professional. Even if I don't back his horses, I still love seeing him win. Such a likeable jockey. 100%. Hi, Gareth. Val was mostly owned by ex-Camden mare Jeff Corrigan. Popular win in Camden that day. There you go, just outside of Sydney, where the Menangle Trots are, basically. Good morning, Hawley. Can you please thank Will on my behalf for what he has done during his career, and especially in recent years on Mr. Brightside and Bella Nipotina, and most importantly, to the beautiful people of Ukraine. Go you, good thing, kind regards, Big Muzz. Morning, Gareth. Will Scary get a run in the Cup? I have him at huge odds. Thanks, Scary. 50-50 at the moment. If I had a spare $100, I'd put it on Vision on Saturday. Never had any spare $100. I would, if I had another spare $100, I'd put it on Buckaroo in the Cup. It's from Jason. So plenty of texts are coming through this morning. Hi, Gareth. I was waiting for the talk with Chris Waller about Like a Lucy, and I lost sound. Will she back up on the 8th of November? I'm at 50s. Cheers from Nick on the Central Coast. Well, as soon as I asked him about Lindemann and those type of horses backing up on Champions Day, he basically said, I've got to go, Gareth. So there you go. He didn't want to commit, which is understandable. It's difficult for these trainers to commit this far out because there's a lot can happen. And then there's horses that drop in and out as well. So 2 weeks ago, it might not have been a suitable race for Lindemann, but in a week's time, he might analyse that race a little more, Chris Waller, and go, okay, then we might give him a chance in Melbourne. But at the moment, my understanding is Lindemann is still unlikely rather than likely to head to Melbourne for Champions Day. It's 9:29. Let's take the news. Adam Blenko from racingandsports.com will join us next.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Major telcos will be required to keep a real-time public register about any network outages following the deadly Optus outage. Prince Andrew has reportedly agreed to leave the Royal Lodge if he and ex-wife Sarah Ferguson are given a house each. It's amid renewed criticism of his links with Jeffrey Epstein. The world's oldest head of state, Cameroon's 92-year-old president, has won an 8th term in office. And new research finds around 40% of Aussies have taken a sick day in the past 12 months for a reason other than being sick. Up next, SEN Sport. Sheffield Shield action gets underway this morning for round 3. Victoria is taking on Tasmania, Queensland up against New South Wales, and WA hosts South Australia at the Wacker. And there's just 24 days until the start of the Ashes. Catch every ball live right here on SEN. And for Unibet, gamble responsibly. Kansas is hosting Washington this morning to see out Week 8 of the NFL.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up live from Flemington. This man, I imagine he'll be coming down for our Cup Carnival from racingandsports.com. Adam Blenko. Hello to you, Adam.
Hello, how are you? I will be there. I think I'll be at the... I might come and throw rotten tomatoes at you at the Rising Sun Calcutta on Monday night. How about that?
Mate, that would make my day if you turn up to the Rising Sun on that Monday. Should be a great event. Really looking forward to it. And, yeah, we might go into the raffle, see if we can get a horse for that big night there on the Rising Sun. And we'll have a stake because the Rising Sun in South Melbourne has the best stake in Melbourne, mate. But what did you make of Cox Plate Day? And Via Sistina's victory to defeat Buckaroo. And I think it was a terrific race. I loved every minute of it. And, yeah, it was a perfect finale in a way. Yes.
I actually preferred the last 5 seconds to the first 2 minutes. But
yes.
If I wanted to be a stickler, I think it was a fitting farewell to the Valley, wasn't it? It was not in Via Sistina's finest 3 performances, if you like, but it was still a strong performance. And what I really loved about it from her was that she got down and got dirty and won ugly. And I think that was probably not many people were throwing this at her, but I was a little bit thinking that I'd accused her of being a bit sterile for a horse of her talents and of her standing. She's basically from Cox Plate Day last year, she stamped herself as a champion, at least in these parts, and she's done nothing in the 12 months since to knock that. But what she has done is she's been very, very well managed, and that's sort of been my knock, is that she's a bit of a sterile champion, and I'm not sure that many people sort of really love or get around her because she's never really had to overcome much adversity. It's all in Australia anyway, come quite easily for her, but this didn't. So she had to go and, as I said, win ugly, and she did that, and I think she probably won, well, if not a lot of fans, she won me over, Gareth.
Yeah, I described it a little bit like Stephen Smith made a slashing 100 the year before, and it was perfect. Everything worked out beautifully, and it was one of the greatest tons that you'll ever see. But this time around, the wicket was doing a little bit more, and she had to dig deep and really work for her ton. But it was probably a better ton, if you ask me.
Yeah, I reckon that's a great analogy, Gareth, because I think of Steve Smith, and when you first think of him, you're right, there have been some moments where he's just had it on a string, but you think of when he stared down Joffre and got hit in the gob and all that sort of stuff, and that's probably the first thing you think of, those little flaws. So, I think you've nailed the analogy there, Gareth. Well done.
Who's the best horse in the country now, then?
He's flown home, hasn't he? No, I think it's her. She's the best horse in the country.
Yeah.
I think she has to be at this stage. Our sprinters ordinarily, I suppose we look at this level of performance, and in a typical year, we'd probably have a sprinter better. Right now, we don't. We have some very close, but we don't have one that I could sit here and say is better. I probably think her, and now that he's back finding a little bit of his real form, and maybe something like Chow Wolf racing her, that's probably close to as good as we can put up at the moment. Sir
Dilius, I guess. But he's got a bit of a question mark next to his name these days. And even when I asked Gay this morning, she was very tight-lipped for the first time. She basically said no comment. And we'll play that interview for you a little later on. So it'll be interesting to see what he does in the autumn, if he does come back.
Yeah, he's we don't have a lot of Frankel blood at stud down here as well. So he is he's valuable on and off the racecourse, I suppose, Sir Delius. So yeah, there's probably questions to be answered, but it sounds like they're not going to be answered in the short term.
What race are you looking forward to most this weekend?
This weekend, probably the Breeders' Cup Turf, Gareth.
Yeah.
Rebels Romance, the Mini Hawk. That's pretty exciting, isn't it? Are we all excited for that one?
He should be here for a Cox Plate, Rebels Romance. Moonee Valley's the only place that he hasn't turned up at.
Yeah, that's true. It's probably, he could have added a 15th country to his resume. Now, I'm pro the Derby. I like the Derby this year. It's a combination of, there's not a spring champion horse. I suppose that little part of the calendar might need a little tweaking, but at the same time, it's I like the Derby. The Coolmore's bringing together, you've got Baywalk, the Kenny Repeat, and then you've got two that come going the other way. Well, I say the other way. We don't know which way Baywalk's going to go off that big rating in the Golden Rose, but we've got two that I think are about to take big steps forward into grand finals, nipping at his heels. So that's a pretty tasty Coolmore for, not just the sporting racing side of it, but I assume that'll be a pretty fierce betting contest as well, the Coolmore. So it's probably domestically a better betting race and a more intriguing race than any of the others.
The interesting situation with the Derby, this conversation happens every year, and it's a 50-50 split amongst the people that want it at 2,000 and the people that want it at 2,500. Most of the trainers I talk to wanted it. Like Kiramar, for instance, they all want it at 2,500. Gay wants it at 2,500. Some of the breeders want it back to 2,000, but you can't have two 2,000 metre Group 1 races a week apart.
One of the things is that, as you say, the trainers there, we probably underestimate what, we see these races, of course, as clashes of horses, but the Derby at 2,500 for the young horses is a culmination of a year of preparation from the trainers as well, and it's a test of training skill as much as it's a test of the horses themselves. So I can see that the best trainers will sit there and go, hang on, I'm good at this, and this is a competition that I can win and that I can showcase my skills. And there's a case to be made that it's, it would be a better race over a shorter trip, but does it really? So it's not as good a race rating for rating as the Coolmore, obviously, on Saturday, but it's still, that's only something that's sort of going on in the abstract. It's still the same concept where all the form lines are coming together to take each other on and settle this, if you like. So it is a culmination race, a destination race, just like the Coolmore is. It's just that the winner will run 110-ish as opposed to 120-ish. But, I mean, does that really upset anyone? I mean, there are races of different calibre run every day. It's sort of, I mean, was the Cox Plate, in my mind, the Cox Plate is a more enjoyable race to watch than last year's Turnbull, but that's probably because it's the Cox Plate. So again, that's us, we're making it better, if you like. By the way, it's just Buckaroo versus Versistina in a stirring duel again. But the difference is that it is a Cox Plate in our mind.
So this is like, it's not the Cox Plate people go, there's other 2,000 metre races at the Valley, but there's no race like the Cox Plate where McDonald all of a sudden takes off when he takes off. Now, he doesn't do that in a Mackay Diva or a Turnbull because he knows there's bigger fish to fry because he needs to do that on Cox Plate Day. And it's the same, say, with the Derby. Like, the Derby races, to be honest, have been that farcical, it's not funny. And to be honest, we don't know who's going to stay properly. I reckon. That's
exactly right. But you're right. This is it now. So there's no more mucking around. There's no more of that. It's now or never to some extent, and that sort of adds to it and makes it, as I said, it's a destination race. So whether the standard is 110 or 120, it doesn't really matter because it's a destination for a subset of the horse population, which is to say these precocious staying types. That we, I love those sort of horses, and you know me, Gareth. I respect those horses a hell of a lot more than I respect the squids running in the sprints.
I know that we're going to get a truly run Empire Rose with Pride of Jenny. Interesting, though, that Chris Waller's still got to go there with his army of mares to take her on. Fangirl, Azura, Like a Lucy. But, on a big day, on Derby Day, she adds a lot to this race day, I reckon, Pride of Jenny. And to me, she might get her perfect setup. So I reckon that's going to be a brilliant race as well, the Empire Rose.
Yeah, and that's probably important as well. It's carrying a bit of freight because obviously they've built Champions Day, and that's great. And Champions Day looks, has been and looks like it will continue to be an outstanding day of racing. But to build Champions Day, they have had to rob Derby Day a little bit of its luster. So it's pretty important, I think, that Jenny and Fangirl and the Empire Rose holds right up as a proper Group 1 contest, and obviously with those two in there, it does that. And the Fangirl v Jenny, just those two alone is a bit of an angle because I think deep down everyone knows Fangirl is, at a mile, probably about as good as Jenny, if not, there are certain things that she does better than Jenny, but Jenny has been a bit of a kryptonite, if you like, and how they deal with that is always interesting. So to watch them go at it again will, it certainly adds, I think, some pretty important luster to the Derby Day card.
And just quickly before we let you go, Autumn Glow, I was joking with Chris Waller this morning. If she draws badly, you'll set it you'll take it down the highway for the Empire Rose.
I did notice that he did stick her name in there.
Yeah, he did. He said she's still in, Gareth. Don't you joke with me, I said.
Yeah, no, I think I think she'll run in the Golden Eagle regardless of where she draws, because it's dropped away a fair bit, actually. I mean, she's going to be sitting there toweling up Panga Tower and Seagull 11 to the roars of the Randwick crowd. I mean, she's got that at her mercy. I think Panga Tower won the race that Opbum Boomerai and Ascoli Pacino both placed in and came here and won one, and one was hugely well backed 12 months ago. So the Panga Tower form line, if you like, through that would say that he's an interesting candidate or a strong candidate for the Japanese, but his figures are a little bit below. So she should have that at her mercy, I would suggest, and regardless of where she draws.
I did get Ascoli Pacino beat last year after everyone told me he was a dead set moral, the best Japanese horse that we've ever seen in this country. Anyway, we move on. We move on. Hey, mate, bring on this weekend.
We never move on.
Who's your tip in the Melbourne Cup at the moment?
I will, at the moment, tip Presage Nocturne, but it probably changes daily.
Yeah, it does. A little bit
From
of
here
rain
for
around
the next week,
as well.
I'll probably have 8 tips. So, ask me every day, I'll give you something different. But at the moment, we're all Presage Nocturne.
We'll get a tip from you at the Rising Sun there on that Monday night. We'll catch up with you next week as well, Mr. Blinko. So we appreciate you coming on the show as well. Thanks, mate.
All right, speak to you next week.
There's Adam Blinko from racingandsports.com. We'll catch up next with Gay Waterhouse, who will join me here at Flemington. In fact, I caught up with Gay a little earlier the day, and she was at her very best once again. So Gay Waterhouse to join us next.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Always great to catch up with the First Lady of Racing, Gay Waterhouse. Gay, we saw Vauban this morning here at Flemington. Were you happy with your Melbourne Cup hopeful?
I certainly was. He worked very stylishly. He worked with Alicante, a beautiful grey mare who will be racing in the Matriarch. And I just love the way he went through the line. And he was big, and he just sort of carries himself really well. He's like a big battleship.
Can you win a Melbourne Cup? He's been here a couple of times. This is the first time with you and Adrian in our great race. Why do you think he can win the Cup, Gay?
Well, we wouldn't have bought him if we didn't think he could. Yeah. And he has started favourite on the last 2 years. So the punters thought he could win the Melbourne Cup for the past 2 years. So, hopefully he can prove us right.
What have you found since you've purchased him? What's he impressed you with, and what do you think you might need to work on to win our Cup come Tuesday, or that first Tuesday in November?
Get him to relax more, especially in the mounting enclosure, so he doesn't lose the plot there. And the other thing is he's a true blue stayer.
Yeah.
And that's what, he's a very talented horse with a lovely disposition, a bit quirky. He's a funny old thing, but he's nice. He's really nice.
How do you get him to relax in front of 100,000 people at Flemington?
Well, that's the test. It'll be see if Adrian and I really are worth our mettle, hey?
And Blake Shin rides?
Yes, he does, and he likes the horse. And I rang him and said to him, look, I want to book you for both cups. And he rang me back half an hour later and said, yes, I'm happy to take the ride. So I thought that was a positive too. Blake does his form.
Yeah, it is a great time of year, isn't it, Gay? Look at everyone here this morning, all wanting to...
Exhausting, but fantastic.
How are you coping with it all?
Well, it's hard. I get up at 3 every morning, and they're long days, and, you sometimes don't sleep as well at night because you're worried about this horse or that horse or whatever. So, there's lots on your mind, but luckily it's only for a few weeks. It's not forever.
Have you got over the Sir Delius disappointment?
We move on.
Yeah. And he'll be okay come autumn? Hopefully. Anything that we should be backing, Gay?
I think you should be having a small wager on voting rights in the Wakefield on Saturday.
Yes.
Philly also now this is a big ask, but she won at Moonee Valley the other day, Stardom, and she won really impressively, really good, showed a bit of determination, and we're putting her in the Coolmore. Big ask. Shows from a $200,000 race to a $2 million race, but you're not in it, you can't win it, so...
That would be all right. Then the filly upsetting all of the colts or the big breeders.
Happened before.
Hey, Gay, we wish you the best of luck in the Cup. It's great to see you win it with Vauban. Our friends at Winning Edge Investment, Steen Evans, they've got a small share. They're doing a competition with our show, and one lucky listener gets to have 1% in Vauban for Melbourne Cup Day.
That's fabulous. I'll be amongst the other 5,000.
Yes. So hopefully they can win the Cup and win a bit of money, Gay.
Well, they'll get on the podium there and we'll break it.
You go and get them on that first Tuesday in November, and we appreciate your time here on Giddy Up as always.
Giddy Up, great.
There we go. There's Gay Waterhouse joining us here on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. Great to catch up with Gay Waterhouse there. What a star she is. And Paul Sebastiani, the barrier draw is out for the Golden Eagle. We've got Evaporate Barrier 7, Feroce 10, Linebacker 5, Sepples 6, and then you go down to Autumn Glow 9. So that's perfect for her. Middle of the line there, McDonald can get her into a lovely spot, and she will firm up from that draw. So Autumn Glow Barrier 9, Evaporate 7, Feroce 10, Sepples Barrier 6. It's a great draw for him. And is he
the forgotten horse in this all? He did get trodden on.
Yeah, I think he's got a little bit to go to beat Autumn Glow. And Panja Tower, barrier number 4. So all of the big guns, basically, in this year's Golden Eagle have drawn well ahead of that $10 million race there at Randwick on Saturday. We'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll wrap up, Paulie, this busy hour here on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning live from Flemington.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live at Flemington on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Paul Sebastiani's back in the Coventry Street studios for the Sports Entertainment Network.
Indeed,
Paul,
good morning and good morning to all the listeners.
It's been a busy show.
It has
so
been.
much to get through. So
As
many
it always
great
is.
guests. You could talk to all of them all day, but just that barrier draw for the Golden Eagle once again.
Evaporate draws 7, Feroce 10, Linebacker
Yep.
5, Seaple 6, Willie Do It 11, Fully Lit 14, Depth of Character 2, Lord Penman 16, Mayfair 15, Shangri-La Spring 17, Crystal Clear 13, Panya Tower 4, Seagulls 11-3, Autumn Glow the favourite 9, Perfumist 1, Medalla 12, and Eclair Encore has drawn barrier 8.
Okay, Francesca Camani will be our special guest straight after the 10 o'clock news. Francesca will headline the Channel 9 Flemington Carnival coverage, and she's back in Australia for another Cup week. So looking forward to catching up with Francesca next. We've got the midweek masterclass, trial time, and a busy Facing the Breeze still to come this Tuesday morning.
Powered by Signet. Good morning. I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. The far west of New South Wales has been rocked by a fatal mine explosion. 2 people have been killed after the incident at Cobar early this morning. A man was confirmed dead at the scene, while 2 women were brought to the surface, with one later dying from her injuries. Over 2 million Australians have not lodged their tax return. If you earned any income during the 2024-25 financial year, you must lodge a return by this Friday. Matt Bowen from ING telling 7 it's a hefty fine for missing the cutoff.
You risk receiving a penalty of up to $1,650, and more importantly, if you accrue a tax debt, it can start accruing interest from Friday as well.
Hurricane Melissa is expected to make landfall at Jamaica over the next few hours. The storm has intensified into a Category 5, and there are fears it will be the strongest hurricane to hit the island since records began. A 6.1 magnitude earthquake has been felt in Turkey. It was recorded in the country's west a short time ago, with tremors felt in Istanbul. There are no reports of serious damage or injuries at this stage. The first ever direct flight from Adelaide to Christchurch has taken off. A seasonal twice-a-week service between the 2 cities has been introduced by Air New Zealand, and the Gold Coast will soon be home to the tallest skyscraper in the Southern Hemisphere. The new tower will be 101 stories at a height of around 400 metres, with work to begin early next year. Coming up, SEN Sport. For Unibet, gamble responsibly. Last game of NFL's Week 8 gets underway soon. Kansas City Chiefs, looking for its 5th win of the season, is hosting the Washington Commanders. And in basketball, the Detroit Pistons are taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers, also the 76ers hosting the Magic. That tips off a mammoth day in the NBA. 11 games have been scheduled.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
It's great to have your company on Giddy Up on Tuesday morning. We are at Flemington for Breakfast with the Stars. What do you call these days, Maggie? Is it Breakfast with the Stars? Whatever it is anyway. The biggest star is Francesca Kamani. She's back here from the UK. Francesca, thanks for joining us.
Oh, no worries. I'm looking out here, staring into the sunshine, trying to see a horse. I mean, I think we have got some fairly big names working this morning. But
well, we've got
here to chat to you.
Well, it's great to have your company. Now, we've got Half Yours, who's about to gallop here, which is the equal favourite for this year's Melbourne Cup. Have you watched him win a Caulfield Cup, and have you been impressed?
I have, yeah. I thought he was really good winning that day. And I just like the way he's kind of come up through the grades. And I like this backstory as well. I was interviewing Calvin McAvoy here yesterday, and he goes, oh, yeah, that Kieran Maher, he's a good pre-trainer, isn't he? The way they managed to pick him up at an online sale last year. I mean, they paid a good amount for him, $305,000, so it's not insignificant, but he's rewarding them already. And yeah, is a rightful co-favourite.
From an international perspective, our Riffer is all of the talk for Joseph O'Brien, who's won a couple of cups, but he has to carry 59. Now, history tells you, Francesca, you can't win a Melbourne Cup. Do you take much notice of history?
Well, I'm slightly hoping, in a way, that he doesn't win the Melbourne Cup.
Why?
Because I was doing the coverage on ITV. We were at Doncaster showing the Irish races, the Irish St Ledger. And before the race, Adele Mulrunnan and I, who I work with, we were both like, really don't fancy Al Riffer because he won the Curragh Cup, fine, but he beat absolutely nothing, and he's in much deeper company, and he's a bit of a hype horse, and he's not really at that level. Anyway, he absolutely bolts up, and so we feel very stupid. But things went his way that day because they went very, very hard on the front end. He was able just to sit in behind and come through with a really good run. Look, you can't argue with his record. He's a 3-time European Group 1 winner, so he deserves to have that kind of weight. But like you say, weight stops trains, so not sure. Joseph's interesting because he's got the top weight and he's also got one right in with a lightweight.
Goody two shoes.
Goody two shoes. Yeah, I mean, you can pick holes in her form. She needs to improve, but she's got the lightweight, which, it's a handicap. So
we like Goody two shoes. We interviewed Joseph on Giddy Up a month or so ago, and he gave us a good push for her, but he said that she needs dry ground. It looks like it's going to rain, unfortunately.
Well, I just had a chat to Liam, and he said there is rain around. I think we're going to get a nice day on Derby Day, but then rain leading into the Cup. And I said, so what, like soft 6, 7? And he went, well, can't commit, but there could be a bit of moisture in it.
They're predicting about 20 mils, so let's hope they're wrong. Because we would love a day like we've got today. There's another horse I need to ask you about, Meydan. James McDonald's going to get down to 54 kilos to ride this Crisford galloper. I think he was impressed when he galloped him on Sunday morning.
Yeah, it sounds like he was. And he was eye-catching in the Caulfield Cup, wasn't he? You get that so often. Caulfield Cup is a race that you see a few kind of slashing runs from the Europeans, mainly because it's a track that's got such a tight bend and a short straight compared to what we're used to, and you often see them only just getting motoring, and then you go, oh, that was good, that was good, that was good. And you could say that about a few of them. Absurd was quite eye-catching, I thought. Meydan also, and Presage Nocturne up on the inside. So all of those horses, I'd say, have run a good trial. Interesting the way Willie Mullins has chosen to run Absurd in a race before the Melbourne Cup. Meydan is a gorgeous-looking horse. I think you'll really like him in the mounting yard. He, as a younger horse in England, there was a lot of hype about him, and it was like, oh, Meydan, he's going to be like a big star, and he hasn't quite done it. So you never know, he might really enjoy the individual attention here at Werribee and targeting a race like this. But I'd be careful not to get sucked into him as a bit of a nearly horse.
We take him on trust because I've had a few debates with Will Bourne, of course. He works for Kieran Maher Bloodstock. He says he's not much good, Meydan, but when you listen to Ed Crisford, he thinks he's as good as West Wind Blows and without a fight. But he goes, you just got to... I know you disagree with Will as well, but who knows? We're talking about Meydan, whether he's any good.
Well, I really fancied that horse...
West Wind Blows without a fight?
Without a fight.
Yeah.
I fancied him when he came and ran for them. He didn't run that well for them, did he? And then he came and won it the next year.
Yeah, he got a wet ground at Flemington, and then he went to the Freedmans and won a Caulfield and Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, so he was the right horse. I got him on the wrong year. I don't know. How do you go picking the Melbourne Cup winner?
No, not very good.
After last year, I mean, 100 to 1 outsider. I almost felt like just ripping the form book out and throwing it out the window.
It makes this race so great because you get a horse like Knight's Choice, who really no one knew much about, even the Australians. But he won at 100 to 1, and you just never know with the way that the track will play, the conditions on the day. And this year's more intriguing than I think any year really, because we don't know too much about the internationals, and without a fight, without half yours has come from nowhere basically. So I like Maidan. Further's an interesting runner. Do you like Further?
I'm not sure about Further. He was very good in the Geoffrey Freer, and then not very good in the St Ledger. And yes, he's a Northern Hemisphere 3-year-old, so he gets that weight benefit. He can be quite keen in his races, and the thing at Newbury is he settled really well that day. And just thinking deeper waters in the St Ledger, he was a bit plain. Not sure. On the fence.
Is the Melbourne Cup still the biggest race from an international perspective when you talk to your friends back home? Because everyone's talking up the Everest a little bit here, our sprint race, but surely the Melbourne Cup still dominates the conversation when it comes to Australian racing.
Well, the Melbourne Cup's got the history and the heritage and the longevity, and I always say to people that the Melbourne Cup as an event is the biggest deal in racing, because there are lots of big races all around the world. Most of them wait for age races, so they're less interesting in a way because you haven't got that puzzle factor of the Melbourne Cup. But when you come to Flemington, any of the 4 days of the carnival, but Cup Day as well, everything is done so well. You know, there's amazing fashions, there's amazing live music acts, there's great food, there's great drink, there's great atmosphere, and it's just never rested on its laurels. It's always kind of kept trying to improve itself, get bigger and better. And I defy anyone to find a better racing event than here.
Totally agree. Last couple of questions before we let you go. Maureen Haggis, can you tell us a little bit about Maureen?
I thought this might come up.
No, we love Maureen. I think she's great. Maybe she got it a little bit wrong about our jockeys, but can you just explain to our listeners and viewers what Maureen is like?
I really like her. She's a very, very good horsewoman, most importantly. And just watching the whole thing play out, she's described, William Haggis's wife, Maureen. And she's not just a trainer's wife. They're very much a co-training partnership, not in name, but they very much work as a team together. Like I said, she's a brilliant horsewoman herself. She still rides out in the mornings. Her dad is obviously Lester Piggott, so she knows a thing or two about jockeyship. And I just feel that in that situation, it was probably quite fresh still in her mind. And if you think about it, they're sending a horse all the way to Australia. The cost and the effort and the time involved. They've got their owners going, well, what the hell just happened there? And they're going, don't know, because it felt like the horse never had a race, and just frustrating probably because they feel they didn't get a fair crack at it. I'm sure she was remorseful of the language she used. I mean, I quite enjoyed the spat backwards and forwards.
You have to get her back to Australia, or get her to Australia.
We had to get her to Australia. She's brilliant. And then did you see the follow-up interview?
Yeah, it was great.
She's like, we won 3 races and it was alcohol. I'm just like, I'm going to have a great time on the way home. I think the banter's quite entertaining. But no, don't get me wrong. She's a great horsewoman and a bit of a character too.
So who's your tip for the Melbourne Cup?
God, I knew.
Just one. We just want one tip.
I feel like I've tipped him the last 2 years, but shall I go in again?
Yeah, you should.
Absurd?
That is absurd, but anyway.
Why is that absurd?
No, I think he's a better chance in the Caulfield Cup where he was a little unlucky. I don't know if he gets a strong 2 miles.
He was unlucky last year. And he's won at Cheltenham over further.
I know, but they go
ground over fences.
Yeah, I know, but it's a different race over here. He seems just like to be on pace and then not finish it off. But I could be wrong, and you're usually right.
Well, no, I'm really not. At the prices, I want to see what price Presage Nocturne is.
Yeah,
do you know?
it's about $15.
$15. I thought he was good in the Caulfield Cup, and Alessandro Botti knows the time of day. He was messaging me ages ago in the summer saying, I want to chat to you about the Melbourne Cup and taking horses there because I've got a horse I want to take. So it's been a plan for a long time. He ran well in the Kergele first up off a bit of a layoff, and then he was good in the Caulfield Cup. So I think some horses go under the radar when people are like, can't really say the name, don't know the trainer, where's it come from, they just get forgotten about. So keep an eye out for some of those.
And do you know who Fisher is?
Music act?
Yeah, the DJ. He'll be here on Saturday. I reckon that might be your highlight of the week.
Yeah?
Yeah, you'll love him.
Is that Saturday when we're all kind of going down there and we can all spill onto the track?
Yeah, on the track. Dance.
Are we going to have a dance?
Yeah. You'll love it.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I'll see you.
And who is the best jockey in the world?
Oh. That's a tough one. Ryan Moore.
Yeah, there you go. We'll have a great time in Australia, Francesca. Great to catch up with you again here on Giddy Up, and hopefully Absurd can get you the chocolates this year in the Melbourne Cup.
Right, good luck with me, Dan.
Yes, there's Francesca Camati on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. Always great to catch up with Francesca here. We usually catch up every Tuesday morning before, of course, that famous carnival starts there on Saturday with Derby Day. And she's with Absurd to win the Melbourne Cup this year after tipping him last year. So I reckon he needs to improve just a little bit, Absurd, but he is trained by one of the greatest in Willie Mullins. It's 14 minutes past 10. Great to have your company on this Tuesday morning. We are live from Flemington. It's been a wonderful morning here at headquarters before the carnival kicks off on Saturday with track work this morning. We'll take a break on the other side of it. We'll find you a few winners tomorrow with the midweek masterclass. Mark Roden, Chris Nelson, and we'll get the tips from Mitchy Lewis regarding the Bendigo Cup meeting and also that Murray Bridge meeting in South Australia.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, it's now time for the Midweek Masterclass.
Let's try and find you a few winners tomorrow with the Midweek Masterclass team, of course, brought to you by Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at the better price. And Mark Roden joins us now. We're at Rose Hill on a Wednesday afternoon, which is a little unusual. 6 races on a good 4. Hello to you, Mark.
Hi, Gareth. How are you this morning?
Good, thank you, mate. Where do we start with your plays here at Rose Hill Wednesday afternoon?
Yeah, we'll start in race 4 on this very small card, as you mentioned. Good 4, but could be a bit of rain around, so we'll keep one eye on that as well. But yeah, we'll start in race 4. Number 2, Unlimited, just looks the complete obvious to me here. It's had 39 days off, but I think this just has far stronger form than these. I think it ran second to Gilded Water at Caulfield last start, who's run second in the Geelong Cup and the Bart Cummings since then, which is, this is a midweek benchmark 88. The form just looks too strong. It's just too close to in the market to horses like Bridgetine Gale and Kind Words. I just think it's clearly superior to. Pocketing, if it found its best, could give it a race, but I would have thought this would be close to odds on and you can get 250, 260. So easy bet to have for me, number 2, Unlimited.
Yes, if I had Unlimited, I'll just pile in, but I'll have something on Unlimited for Waller and McDonald. What else have you got for us?
What do you mean, if you had Unlimited, Gareth? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm struggling. Are you coming to Melbourne for the call of the card?
I'm in Melbourne. I'm looking into it. Good chance. If I am, I will definitely catch up.
We'll have to get you to the Rising Sun on Monday night. We'll shout you a few beers at South Melbourne.
Yep. I like the sound of that.
Beautiful. Lock that in. Now, keep on going as we go off track.
I actually found it last week, but they scratched it. Race 6, number 9, Mamushka. Jay McDonald again. Out of a very fast race at Kensington last start. Chased pretty well on that. Finished alongside Fleeting Spirit, who started shorter than her that day, but we're on an 8-metre rail at Rose Hill tomorrow, and Fleeting Spirit will get back from gate 11, and that's going to make it very hard. Mamushka from 4 is going to be in the absolutely perfect spot. Look, it's not huge odds. It's around 270, but I think it's a pretty a better chance than that. I've got it marked about 230. So the 2 I found tomorrow are not giant odds, but I think they're both very, very good chances of winning.
Perfect, mate. We appreciate your help as always.
No worries. Thanks a lot.
See you next week, mate. There's Mark Roden there. Racing action continues every day across the Sunshine State. Doomben is the place that they will be racing there tomorrow afternoon in Queensland. Hello to you, Chris Nelson.
Good morning to you, Gareth.
What are we doing at Doomben Wednesday?
Well, we have a soft 6 track as of this morning, and we finally got some rain, which was good, and we are going to get some more today. So I'll give you these 3 today, but sort of update tomorrow morning when we know more about the track conditions, see what happens this afternoon. Race 1, number 2, Tommy Thug. He looks pretty well placed here, trained by Kieran Maher, comes off a double here on Saturday. Tommy Thug ran second at Hawkesbury. Last time out, he ran on well from the back of the field there. That was 1,800. He gets to 2,000. He did run second in a Class 1 over 2,000 at Hawkesbury last preparation. He just looks better than these. So he should be winning race 1, number 2, Tommy Thug. Mm-hmm. Now, race 4, number 1, Margot's Deal. Now, she's been scratched a couple of times recently. She won impressively at Doomben 2 starts back in a Saturday grade race. She was heavily back from a long odds in. Now, the official reading that day was a good 4, but it teamed rain during that race and it was downgraded immediately after the running of it. So I'd say it was worse than that. She went to Doomben her last start as well, up to 1,600 metres, and she ran on very well. She's better than these. She's got the weight, but she should be winning also. Race 4, number 1, Margot's Deal. And race 6, this is a good race. Some nice types here. None more so than Balance the Books, number 3. One of Tony Gollan's, a mare that had 1 start, and that was back in late May. She absolutely charged home over the top of the leaders. She ran the fastest last 200. She was the only runner to break 23 her last 400, and that was all on debut, winning a maiden. They've tipped her out. They've got summer races in mind. She's had 2 trials. She won the latest. She is well above average. So looking forward to seeing Balance the Books tomorrow. But as I said, not really knowing the track condition at this stage, but those 3 do stand out.
Beautiful, Chris. So that summer carnival is just around the corner as well in Queensland.
would you believe, I think it's the 22nd of November, we have the Mooloolaba Cup, and that kicks everything off at the Sunshine Coast. So we are under a month away. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Geez, this year has flown by. Good on you, mate.
The older you get, the quicker they go. Trust me.
Thank you, Chris. Chris Nelson there. Now, Bendigo Cup Day. It's going to be a great day's racing, as it always is there on Bendigo Cup Day. Looking at the track conditions there for Wednesday afternoon's meeting, and we'll be on for the Bendigo Cup. Where is the track conditions there? The rail's true, and we're on a soft 5. Should be a beautiful day there in Bendigo, so we'll probably get a drying track there. Now, Mitchy Lewis has sent through his tips. He likes the Hope Runner first up in race 6, horse and number 11, Scalato. This horse she's very good on her day. Parish rides for the Hope camp at $4 with Bet365. She has been easy. And his other specials, race 8, number 10, Aha, for Clinton McDonald and Jamie Mellon. I know Clinton's got a big opinion of this galloper. But Aha is another one that's been easy here. She's first up, that daughter of Star Spangled Banner. The Cup's a beauty. Quietness is the favourite at $3.20 from God's Window, Sadati. I reckon each way you play, I'm going to back 2 horses in a Bendigo Cup. Arapaho for Rachel King. I know he's got to carry 61, but he'll get a lovely run from that draw. And Tara Mansour at $9.50. So both horses at a price, Arapaho and Tara Mansour there in Wednesday afternoon's Bendigo Cup. And at Murray Bridge, race 6, number 4, Felice is the tip there from Mitchy Lewis. He's only played so far. He said to hit the line well last start, rising to 1,600 metres, and that should suit that galloper down to the ground, and is 2 from 3 when third up. So that's the midweek masterclass, thanks to Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. We'll take a break. The Bet365 Country Racing Hour coming up next.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. 2 people have died in an underground mine explosion in far west New South Wales. The Federal Health Minister has moved to assure Australians the safety of sunscreen lotions ahead of summer, after more than 20 sunscreens have recently been recalled. Australians with chronic kidney disease will soon be able to access a potentially life-changing drug that's been added to the PBS. And over 2 million Australians risking a hefty fine for not lodging a tax return. The cut-off for the 2024-25 income tax return is this Friday. Up next, sen.com.au sport. For Unibet, gamble responsibly. Last game of NFL's Week 8 gets underway soon. Kansas City Chiefs, looking for its 5th win of the season, is hosting the Washington Commanders. And in basketball, the Detroit Pistons are taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers, also the 76ers hosting the Magic. That tips off a mammoth day in the NBA. 11 games have been scheduled.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
The tank is still coming. Defenceman moves up to Green Kirk. Thrill Hunter still there. Then came Pearly Dubai. It's Thrill Hunter and Defenceman. And now Pearly Dubai is eating into the margin. The roughie Thrill Hunter in front. Thrill Hunter from Pearly Dubai. There's one for the bookies. Thrill Hunter. A half length to Pearly Dubai. Defenceman every hope.
The Hawkesbury trained galloper Thrill Hunter delivered a wonderful performance there on Saturday in a hot 2-year-old race. Some of the biggest owners in the game were trying to get a 2-year-old victory with their star colts or fillies, but it was Terry Cross galloper Thrill Hunter that did the trick for that boom sire, of course, Ole Kirk. And Terry joins us now. Terry, welcome to Giddy Up. Congratulations there on Saturday.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, yeah.
Were you expecting that?
We expected her to run very well. I wasn't sure whether she would win, but we thought she has done very well in herself and worked quite well. So, yeah, we're expecting a bit of a result, yeah.
Yeah, she's by that boom sire at the moment, Ole Kirk. He can't do anything wrong at the moment. So just tell us the story about how she got into your stable.
Oh, well, we went to the sale with the owner, Peter Wynn.
Yeah.
We picked out a few and had a look at. He liked the Ole Kirks and he wanted to buy one. So we went there and we looked at her and another couple other fillies, a Zoo Star filly, which we did buy, the Zoo Star first anyway. I said to him, well, we bought this one. We paid a bit of money for her, so we said we go home anyway. And the other one went a bit later on and was passed in. So then he rang me back a couple of hours later after we got home and said, it was passed in, so he bought it, yeah.
Yeah. And did she always show you, when did she start to show you this type of ability?
Oh, we sent her the brokers. A fella named Sam Woods broke her in out of Boorloo over near Camden there, and he said she was, out of the two of them, she was sort of the progressive type, and he thought she would make an early 2-year-old.
Yeah.
But, we had them both in work at the same time, and the other one was showing a little bit more than her, but she was going along quite nice. Anyway, we turned them out. And we brought her back in. We left the other one out a bit longer because she's a bit later. And, and then she's just sort of progressed from there.
Yeah, and her job was made a little bit harder with the saddle slipping there for Ash Morgan, but that didn't stop her, so that even puts more merit on her victory there on Saturday.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't really like, those fellas they ride with just a neck strap. I'd rather have a breastplate on them, but anyway, that was right, as you say.
So what do you do with her now, mate? There's talk that you might come here to Flemington. We're broadcasting live at Flemington today for that 2-year-old race at the back end of the carnival.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, she's an English purchase, so we thought we might have a crack at that. Or also there's a Golden Gift in Sydney, which is like a qualifier for the Slipper, which he's already nominated for and that. So we'll either be one of them. We'll just wait, nominate for both and have a look at it and decide from there. Yeah. Well,
it's a good spot to be in, basically, when you have to make those type of decisions.
Yeah, no, it's great. She's done well since a run the other day. She had a day off on Sunday, obviously, and went out in the yard for a few hours, and she's just been keep her ticking over. She doesn't have to do a real lot to keep her fit. She's sort of fit now, so yeah. And there's I still think there's a lot more improvement in her. So yeah.
What's the Sioux Star doing?
She's out. Actually, she hurt herself in the package.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why she never come in at the same time. But she'll probably come in the next week or so. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations, mate. It was a terrific story, I reckon, there at Randwick on Saturday with a horse like yours to do what she did there at a big price. And she looks like she's got a ton of ability. So congratulations there and good luck wherever you go with her next, mate. But we appreciate you coming on Giddy Up, Terry.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, I think, as I say, she's a progressive type of a filly. I think there's still a lot of upsides with her. So, anyway, thanks very much for having me on.
Good on you, Terry. Terry Croft there, based at Hawkesbury. Yeah, that impressive 2-year-old winner and thrill hunter there on Saturday at Randwick. Let's take a break. We'll come back with trial time next and Dean Watling.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up live at Flemington, all thanks to Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead for free and confidential support. Visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Blogsy's been a revelation since he's arrived in this country. He hasn't stopped. Stevie Power, the racing blogger, and I caught up with him again this morning at Flemington for his first look, of course, at this wonderful racetrack here in Melbourne. Flemington with breakfast with the stars, and the biggest star this spring carnival has been the racing blogger, Blogsy, Stevie Power, joins us here. Blogsy, how's Flemington? This is your first look at headquarters here in Australia when it comes to racing.
Yeah, I mean, I've been lucky to go around the world and see some of the world's finest racecourses. This is absolutely unbelievable. I can't believe how many tracks lead to different tracks on the inside. You've got the all-weather, the synthetics, the grass gallops. I mean, what a place surrounded by Melbourne City itself. It's stunning. We've just seen a few horses work, Half Yours and Jolly Star, and wow, this place looks sensational. I can't wait to see 100,000 people in here on the charge on Cup Day.
It's going to be something else. This will be an experience I reckon you'll thoroughly enjoy, and hopefully the horse you back in the Melbourne Cup stays as good as you, Blogsy.
Well, I'll probably be having a few quid on River of Stars for Chris Waller. Second in the Sydney Cup, third or second in that race. Was second in the Caulfield last time. A 6-year-old mare who will stay all day. Second in a Group 1 in France, the Prix Royalou. I think she's got a good touch of class about her. I like the way she worked this morning. A drop of rain wouldn't go amiss, but around 12 to 1, I think she's a phenomenal each-way play.
Has our carnival surprised you in any way, or is this what you expect?
I didn't know what to expect, really. I didn't have any assumptions coming out here. I wanted to go with the flow, and I think we're still building into it. Back in the UK, unless you've been here, they say it's a race that stops the nation, but how do you know what that means? I've been popping into a few bars in town and hotels, and they've got horses up everywhere, and there's hats for sale for everything. You can see that this is an event that really captures the public's heart, and I can't wait to soak up the atmosphere this week and just get stuck in. People seem to be buzzing, and that parade ring, I've never seen anything like that. We've got massive rails around ours, you've got beautiful flowers, and it looks really sexy.
Where's the post? Lift J-Mac. You got the cash.
I did, thank God. I tell you, if Buckaroo had a beaten, I would have been sickened, because no disrespect to Buckaroo, but he's not fit to lace her boots. So, yeah, J-Mac lifted her over the line. I think the crowd lifted her over the line. When she came round the top bend, I thought she was beat. She lugged in. I thought it was game over. But that's what champions do. They dig in and they get the job done.
There's no better feeling when you hear the roar of the crowd and the energy. You could feel the energy at the Valley, especially when you're on a favourite ridden by J-Mac that's been heavily supported. The Blogsy's on it, and she finds a way.
She did. A lovely $6,000 into the satchel. Just what we like, baby.
Spend that?
No, I haven't.
Is Blogsy or anything?
I've locked her up for the week. No, we'll go out shopping in a while, and yeah, just looking forward to it. I think the firecrackers popped off after she passed the line. It was unbelievable, and then everyone charged onto the track, literally taking the racecourse to pieces. That was hilarious.
Yeah, have you ever seen anything like that?
No, definitely not. I saw one fella take the racecourse camera. I couldn't believe that. It was mental.
And what about, so you're only having one bet in the Cup so far?
Listen, it's a race you'll have a few small bets in, a few $100, for example. I'll probably choose 2 or 3 and have the crack. But, there's a long way to the race still. We're 8 days away. Let's see how they work, and let's see what the ground comes like on the day. But we'll have a few. And we'll come back to you on that one. But I think I'm definitely backing Jolly Star to win the sprint.
Yes, it's going to be awfully hard to beat. Waller and McDonald, she won that race last year. So, and then Fisher will play after it. You know who Fisher is?
Absolutely, the Aussie superstar. Been to IB for a few times, Gareth. We'll be partying into the night. I'll be down there vlogging my little heart out, and I'm sure there'll be some scenes come the last race.
Blogsy, it's bloody sensational having you in this country. You're doing a great job promoting the game that we all love and showcasing this great carnival that it is. And job well done, mate. You keep on trucking like you are, and enjoy Bendigo tomorrow, and we'll catch up with you throughout the week. And bring on the Melbourne Cup Carnival.
Absolutely, and back at you, mate. You do sterling work, bring all the information to race fans across the world, and they need people like you in the sport. You're doing a great job too.
Hey, Blogsy, keep on dominating, brother, and we'll get you to the local pub soon, and we'll have a beer Get up, River of Stars.
Look forward
I'm
to
on
it.
May. Hopefully we beat you by 9.
Good long striding stayer. He'll stay every inch of the trip. Doesn't have a turn of foot, but do you need one to win the Melbourne Cup? You know better than me.
Good on you, Blogsy. Keep on dominating.
Back winners, baby.
There's Blogsy joining me earlier this morning. Always great to catch up with him. And as I said, he's just been absolutely sensational here since he's arrived in Melbourne, promoting the Melbourne Spring Carnival, the Victorian Spring Carnival, because he heads to Bendigo tomorrow. We'll take a break. It's 10:45. Dean Watling to join me next for trial time.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Now on Giddy Up, it's time for Trial Time with Dean Watling.
Welcome back to Giddy Up live from Flemington, 10 minutes to 11 o'clock. Time for trial time. We're changing trial time around to a Tuesday instead of a Wednesday. And that means Dean Watling's ready to go a day earlier. And he joins us now, the great man. Hello to you, Dino. Good morning, Dean.
Have you got me, G?
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear. How's things?
Things are good. A big week this week. I know you'll be off the bit, G, chasing yourself for the next 2 weeks, but I can't wait. Outstanding races to come, and the trials are still heating up as well. So we had a couple of nice results, couple of weeks. Hopefully we can find 5 more today.
When are you coming to Melbourne?
I'll be flying in Friday morning with my good mate Mickey Gannon. We're on the same flight, and we'll be pulling up residence at your house there on top of some building, G, with your 5 bedrooms that I'll obviously occupy for a couple of days, which will be nice.
Oh, looking forward to it. You never come home anyway. You just party for 3 days anyway. Dino, what about your trialers? Champier number 5 for Team Hawks.
Yeah, nice horse, I think this is. Obviously, Written Tycoon out of a nice enough mare. Champier is the name. Had 2 trials back last prep around Swordplay, who was in our top 5 a couple of weeks ago, and Miss Lola was in the latest trial. Obviously, we saw that horse go around in the midweeks last week. Had 1 trial back this time in over the 900 metres at Rosehill. Really nice trial there. Wasn't asked for a whole lot on speed, but through the line was good when let loose by Tyler Schiller. I would love a second trial, G, but often the Hawks camp send them to the races off for 1 trial. But I think Champier can be a winner for us, this Written Tycoon filly.
And then Lyle for Kieran Mars, your number 4 trialer that we need to be following this week.
Yep, out of Exceed Excel by Soothing. Obviously, we saw this filly last preparation. She has form around Gambler and then ran 3rd to Raging Force there. Yes, beaten 4.8 lengths at Rose Hill, but transferred for James Cumming to Kieran Marr this time in, and really liked his first piece of work. Wasn't asked for a whole lot, which is typical of the Marr camp. That was 900 metres. She's trained out of Mossvale up there in the Bong Bong setup, so look for her to have a second gallop. If she doesn't, though, Gareth, just assume that she's had a strong hit out there at the Bong Bong farm.
Okay, yes, as Kieran pointed out to us on a few occasions that, I think it was Tempted. I said to Kieran, she only had the 1 trial. He goes, well, she's trialled at Bong Bong, Gareth, and that's basically like a trial. So we learn something every day. Just Party's number 3 for the Ryan and Alexio stable.
Yeah, for the in-form Ryan Alexio camp, they're having a terrific spring. Yes, they don't probably have the calibre of stock of many of these metro stables, but they've got Skyhook humming. There are a couple other horses, and Just Party's a horse who always rockets first up. We backed his horse in the Hawkesbury Guineas Group 3 there, back in the autumn. Should have probably won that race, beaten by Media Well. That horse has gone on to run some really strong races down there at Flemington currently. Probably didn't come up when it went to Queensland, but back now, 2 trials. The latest was terrific in a hot heat. Grand Prix, we'll touch on in a second. Cloudland and Co are in that. I think the time to chime in to get a win with Just Party's first up this preparation, wherever he goes, G.
Beautiful. And then we've got Grand Prairie, who's number 2 for Peter Snowden. We know this horse really well.
We do, and obviously the form has produced plenty of winners. There was form around Skyhook, Palatine, obviously Fermoy, and then the latest was in the Ming Dynasty Group 3 there. Beaten a long enough way by 60s and Autumn Boy, but 6 weeks off. Back up now, which is interesting, G. I'm assuming they have a target in mind for this colt. I'm not sure what it is. We obviously saw him get over a trip. He gets 13, 14, probably gets further in time. So interesting to see where they turn up. I had to look for the noms somewhere, but there's nothing on there. But obviously the really well-bred Written Tycoon out of Adora Grand Prairie is one we have to follow off a really, really sharp tick-over trial, 6 weeks between runs.
Yes, and Peter Snowden's had success doing that. He did it with his horse there, Raging Force, I reckon, there the other day in Melbourne. He had a freshen up, trialled okay, and then looked the winner there at Caulfield, and then Tentaris was just too good for it in the concluding stages. Pyrolysis is the number 1 trialer for you for the Bjorn Baker camp.
Terrific pronunciation, G. You never miss. Easy to spell. Easier, sorry, to watch the trials and spell this horse's name. But second prep, Derby Racing have this 3-year-old filly. Loved her recent piece of work, 900 metres at Rose Hill. Time was the quickest on the morning and backed it up with the second fastest last 600. So when we're seeing fast time and fast last 600, that's time we can trust. Debuted at Gosford and then was second behind Tomato Toasty there, which is nice enough form on a heavy 10 deck. They've taken the time with this filly, and I loved her recent trial. To have a second one, Bjorn never sends them to the races off one trial. So, yeah, Paralysis looks really, really sharp. A nice 3-year-old filly moving forward for the Derby Racing camp and Bjorn Baker.
So that's Pyrolyssis, the number one trialer for B. Baker and for Dean Watling, of course, from deanwatling.com. And Bjorn Baker's a big fan of yours after Steffi Magnetica. You told him that she was immoral, and he said he agreed, and away she went there, Dino, there on Saturday. Let's face the music. Is it at Bendigo tomorrow? Tim wants to know, have you seen that horse's trial? He reckons it trialled up enormous for the price in Kent Junior Camp, and it's worth a play there on a Wednesday afternoon on Bendigo Cup Day. I'm just having a look at that race now to see what race it is in. It might be, I'll find it shortly. Let's face the music. But have you seen its trials?
I haven't, but what I would say is Price and Gatton Junior first up is somewhat of a cheat code. There's probably the best or top 3 first up trainers in the land, so that's always a nice push when they send one to the races.
Any horses that we need to be backing from your black bookers?
There's 3, G. One today, race 2, number 4 there at Hawkesbury, Carratham. I can't even pronounce this name. It's the Godolphin horse, the Blue Silks. That will be winning for Joe Pride. Tomorrow, race 1, number 10, Long Legs for Gary Portelli. I think that was number 1 in our book last week. And Thursday, Art Girl at Wyong. Chris Waller wears the pink silks there, the Fangirl silks. So there's 3 this week that I really want to back.
Beautiful. Let's face the music's in race number 6 there. Horse 7 for Jamie Mott. It's a good race. Trembles and Scalado are the favourites there. Scalado's got plenty of ability and she is first up, but let's face the music has been kept safe. Just going through your top 5 trials again. Number 5, Champere for Team Hawks, Champere. Number 4 is Lull for Kira Ma, Lull. Number 3 is Just Party, 2 words as well. Number 2, Grand Prairie, is Grand space Praie. And then the number 1 trialer is for Bjorn Baker and Pyrolyssis, something like that anyway. Pyrolyssis, there, the name of those horses. Good on you, Dino. Love your work, mate. Bring on the Melbourne Cup. Obviously, Melbourne Cup week. It's a good meeting there in Sydney as well on Saturday with the Balding and also the Golden Eagle. I think all of the big guns have drawn beautifully there in the Golden Eagle.
I did see that on linebacker in 5. Do you think Autumn Glow gets beaten, G, or do you
No, I
think she
don't
remains
think
unbeaten?
so. Unless the other ones can find some wings. I don't know how they beat her.
Good point. Good point. There's a couple of internationals too. The obviously Japanese horse won a Group 1 last start, and a couple of others. But I think she turns up. She probably wins that race. Russell Balding's fascinating. They all come off for give runs somewhat in the Everest.
Yeah. I reckon Jimmy Starr's better than them over 1,300, basically.
Lady Shenandoah's back in my mind. They'll probably go forward on Briasa. There's a lot to play out in that race. It's going to be a cracker.
We'll dissect that with the Macca's Run Weekend preview on Friday when you're in the studio. Dino, good on you, mate.
Can't wait, G. Get that bed made. I'll be in Friday.
Yeah, beautiful. The bed is made for you, Dino. It's right on 11 o'clock, straight after this news break. We'll find you some winners, of course, with Bag of Tips.
Powered by Signet. Hello there, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. It's been found the Albanese government was warned power bills would rise if it persists with its rapid expansion of renewable energy projects. The admission comes in documents released by the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. The department has been forced to make them public. The Health Minister says we can have confidence in sunscreen on Australian shelves after several were recalled recently due to false SPF claims. Mark Butler's told Seven the Therapeutic Goods Administration has found the problem.
They can all be traced, these products that were overstating their protection factor can all be traced back to one ingredient and one lab in particular overseas that was doing some testing that ended up being pretty bodgy, frankly.
The Minister is confident all sunscreens now being sold are accurate in their SPF claims. 2 people have been killed after an explosion at a mine in far west New South Wales. A man died at the scene at Cobar while a woman was brought to the surface but later died from her injuries. The Productivity Commission will investigate why regional Australians are suffering high airfares. It's currently cheaper to fly to places like Bali than Broome. A final report won't be ready in another 18 months. And the Weather Bureau's new website is copping more flack. Furious users say it failed when they needed it the most. That's during the recent storms in southeast Queensland, where they say new colours on radar readings made the storms look less severe. Coming up, SEN Sport. Thanks to Unibet, gamble responsibly. The NFL's last game of Week 8 sees Washington looking for its 4th win of the season, taking on the Chiefs today. Staying on American sport, baseball. The World Series continues in LA with Game 3 today. The series between the Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays is currently tied at 1-1. And round 3 of Sheffield Shield cricket, day 1 begins today.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Giddy Up Bag of Tips for Oz Equipment Rentals. Supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
Let's get an update now with the Bet365 Swan Hill racetrack because obviously Swan Hill is the meeting in Victoria today. But Bag of Tips is brought to you by Swan Hill Racing Club's favourite pub, the Ultimate Hotel, of course, in the heart of the Mallee, just down the road from Swan Hill. As Shane Bett and the team, major sponsors there of the Swan Hill Turf Club. Oz Equipment Rentals, supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com. And Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Leon Maskill does a great job there at Swan Hill. He joins us now for an update. Hello to you, Leon. How's things?
Morning, Gareth. Yeah, good. Thanks, mate. Yourself?
What are we doing, mate, what are we looking at today from a track perspective there at Swan Hill?
Yeah, we're looking at a good 4. It's been a bit of a tricky lead up with a lot of wind over the past sort of fortnight and rain forecast over the weekend that didn't really eventuate, so it's been a bit tricky with the water, but we've managed to get 20 mils of irrigation for the week and another few mils overnight. So I'm hoping we'll stay in the good 4 all day, and the rail's back in the true for the entire circuit.
Okay, so there's no rain predicted this afternoon there in the Mallee?
No, it looks to be fine all day and not too windy, so hopefully, with those conditions, we should be able to stay in the good 4.
So she'll play pretty quick today, you reckon?
Yeah, no, should play pretty quick, I think.
Yeah, on pace, out of trouble, probably might be a small advantage.
Yeah, I'd say so.
All right, mate. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Any whispers, Austie tipping anything?
No, the boys don't give me too much info, unfortunately.
Don't they? Unbelievable.
They're a bit stiff.
All right, then, mate. I tried anyway. Good on you, Leon. Thanks for that.
Too easy. Thanks, mate.
There's Leon Maskill there. Now, Calvin McAvoy joins us at the top of the show today, and he relayed this information to me. Polymer is his best for the Godolphin runner having its first start. Harry Coffey rides. That's our boost horse as well with Bet365, so you get $2.60 until 12 o'clock. So Calvin gave us a good push there. He likes Istriano as well in the second. I know there's a bit of a tip around for Queen Christine for Simon Wild and Harry Coffey, but Istriano's at 260. I wonder if Harry had the choice there. And in the last race, they can win with Buffett as well. Was okay first up. Has been well supported, 9 into 550 with Bet365. So maybe a parlay 2 and 3 for the McAvoy runners, but they're keen on the Godolphin runner in the first. Sam Lyons, thanks to racing.com, joins us now. G'day, Sammy.
G'day, Gareth. Good news hearing that about the McAvoys because I like them today. I do like them. I like Polymer in the first.
Yeah, it looks tough to beat Polymer, and as I said, we get that bet boost of $2.60 until 12 o'clock. So I would recommend you get on that galloper now with Bet365. But what is your best for the day, mate?
My best is Kodiak Bear. I think this is a real bet as well. We're getting $4.20, $4.40 about it yesterday. I think we're just a little bit sub $4 now. Race number 6, Simon Wild. I'll tell you what, this is an interesting race because Simon Wild sent 3 runners to this race, and they're all going to carry big weights here. Kodiak Bear will carry the 65. It's a 2,400-metre staying event, and a few of these are just better than the others on class, to be honest. Kodiak Bear gets here off the back of a couple of steady runs this preparation, but third up out to 2,400 metres. Blinkers go on. This is when this horse is at its best. It can go forward, it can run them along, and yes, it's got to carry a big weight, but I think if it does, it's just going to have a bit of class on these. It'll like the good ground as well. Sunday Buzz is probably the next best from the Simon Wild yard, but it's a horse who's best when it can get its toe in. So for me, I think it's very well placed here, and I think it's a really backable price at about the $3.90 now. What are we getting?
Yeah, so $4 now with Bet365.
That's a bet. That's a bet.
Uncle Tony Otterbray's opened the arms, the shoulders there with Jenny the Tank, I would imagine. $6.50 to $3.20 with Bet365, Shane Jackson and Harry Coffey. So that's been the mover. Then you go to the Godolphin.
It gets in from a good draw. That's the key about that horse. Good draw, low weight, but it's going horribly. So he does need to turn the form around a little bit here. But he's going to get a huge weight advantage of those horses on top. But, geez, needs to turn the form around.
You like the Godolphin runner in the first now for the McAvoys, $2.10. They bet $3.80 with Bet365 Polymer here.
Well, I think that would have been before the second horse came out as well, because the Robbie Griffiths horse was the original favourite. I still had Polymer on top. Yeah, I still had Polymer on top. I thought it jumped out nicely ahead of this draw as well. You know how well the McAvoys are going with these Godolphin horses, and you just know that they're aiming them up at these races to be getting the W first up. So they drew well. They've gone here. I think of the rest of the horses, there's probably not anything there that I'd be keen to back against it. There's some horses that can run well, but Polymer's jump outs, knowing that the McAvoys go to Swan Hill and have such a strong record there as well. I think they've sent it there to win, and good to hear that. I think it was Calvin you were saying was pretty confident on it as well. So I think it's a good way to kick the day off.
Yeah, I think he likes all of his horses today, but he reckons that 2-year-old or the young horse is the best of the day there in that first race for Godolphin, and Harry takes the ride as well on that Street Boss, that son of Street Boss. So it'll be interesting to see what he can produce first up. And you got one for us in the last?
I do. I think Apparatus is a nice little play here. You're getting around the $6 mark at the moment. And this is a very open race, and there's a number of these horses that can win, but a lot of them have drawn off the track. And I think Apparatus, from a good draw, just probably maps the best. It'll be tucked in nicely, just a couple of pairs back. It'll have cover. It won't have to do too much work, and it should be just looking for a split late. It got held up a little bit last time and had to make a good dive through runners late. It'll need some luck, but when a few of these horses are going to be wide and making their runs from a long way back, it should hopefully have a little bit of a tactical advantage. And I think a nice little each-way play in the last, it looks quite well placed.
Yeah, I liked it the other day when it was first up there for Lindsay Park, and you're getting around $6 each way odds there. Polymer, of course, is a 4-year-old making its debut today in that first race. So your quaddie numbers here, do you want me to read them out, or have you got them
I've got them in front of me this time.
Beautiful.
I've got them in front of me this time.
I'll
earn my money today. 1, 3, 4 and 6 in race number 5. In race 2, I'm going to anchor Kodiak Bear. So I'm going to have a $4 anchor in the quaddie. Let's try and get some value there. And then leg number 3, race 7, will be 1, 3, 4 and 12. And then leg 4, the last. We're going to go a bit wide here. Hopefully Apparatus gets the job done for us. But if not, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 6, 8 and 14. So that will cost you 16 times 6, so $96 if you want 100%.
Kev Casey will be on track there on his home track.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he is. That's a good question. I'm pretty sure he is. I probably should have double-checked the rundown, but yes, I saw his name pop up somewhere, so that would be
beautiful. I thought you make the rundowns these days, but you'll be in the studio, brother.
No, I'm just trying to find winners. Yeah, I'm in the studio today with TB. I'll be TB's sparring partner for the day, so I haven't been in for a Tuesday for a few weeks. Looking forward to it.
Go and dominate. Thanks for that, mate.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
There's Sam Lyons from racing.com. Luke Ovanessian likes race 2, number 5, Gatwick. This is at Hawkesbury. Race 3, number 1, at Testor. And race 5, number 10, Amelia Jane. And at Grafton, the second New South Wales meeting, he likes race 4, number 9, So Rain. And race 5, number 6, 88 Stars. Sammy Highland likes race 6, number 3, Sunday Buzz at Swan Hill. Race 5, number 4, Scotland at Grafton. And at Gatton, he likes race 5, number 2, Fake Magic. And he'll be alongside his great mate, Campbell Brown, today. They had a good day, Cam Luke and Campbell Brown, yesterday, along with Travis Noonan on trackside. He likes race 2, number 4, Casa Rousset at Hawkesbury. Race 2, number 4, Olivia Scandal at Swan Hill. Race 5, number 6. Race 2, number 11, Immortal Storm. And Tahinga at Gatton, race 5, number 4. The views are better and the air is cleaner. Tassie is the perfect place to race, and Jason Campbell is about to join us, thanks to Tas Racing, to have a look at that meeting at Launceston in the Dogs today. I think he's ready to go, Jace. Hello to you, Jason.
How are you, Gareth?
Good, thanks, mate. What are we doing at Launceston in the Dogs? I'm ready to go.
Great program today at Launceston. Race number 6, got the Puppy Championship final. Really hot race. Rhinestone, Stanmore, and also like so Promises Made and Blue Trombone line up in that contest. That's the feature race on the program. But first of all, we'll head to race number 3. Teaming up the 6 rug here, Faye. She was really good 2 starts to go off this draw over this track and trip, defeating Teddy Danger on that occasion. She's been a really alarming market drifter this morning. I think maybe just correcting herself, she opened very short, about $1.30 with the TAB. So I think she should get the job done in race 3, go straight to the front, be extremely hard to run down. In that Puppy Championship final, race 6, I'm teaming up with the 5, Rhinestone. This runner's got a win on every paw right now. He's had 10 starts for 7 wins. He was clearly the fastest qualifier last week, running 29.64. And despite box 5 looking tricky on paper, he's really well drawn. He's got a hard railer underneath him and a slow beginning wide runner outside him. So I think Rhinestone can make it 4 on the bounce and take out the feature race on the afternoon. And got to team up with the last favourite on the card, race 10, number 8, Ariella's Girl. She's been subject to a really, really heavy betting push this morning into about 2s on with most bookmakers. She was extremely unlucky last start, missing a kick, getting checked from this draw at Hobart. You just have to go back 4 starts ago. It was a really in 15.93, which she runs that, Gareth. She's going to be extremely hard to run down because it's only a couple of ticks outside the track record. So that's race 3, number 6, Faye. Race 3, number 6, Faye. Race 6, number 5, Rhinestone, and to round things out, race 10, number 8, Ariela's Girl.
Beautiful. We'll take them all up and an all up there. And hopefully we get 3 from 3, brother.
That's it, Gareth. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. I love it. Thanks, Jason. Jason Campbell there. Thanks to Taz Racing. The views are better and the air is cleaner. Tassie, the perfect place to race. Head to thetrots.com.au for expert harness racing tips and in-depth analysis for all major Victorian meetings. At Bendigo tonight, Darren Carroll likes race 7, number 1, Wicked Wizard, and race 8, number 1, Major Corby, race 7, number 1, race 8, number 1. And Harness Racing New South Wales, the home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty meets quality harness racing action. Amanda Rando likes race 1, number 3, Captain DJ, and race 5, number 1, Valentini. So race 1, number 3, race 5, number 1. That is bag of tips, all thanks to Oz Equipment Rentals, supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries, ozequipment.com. Also, of course, the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee, just down the road from Swan Hill. Swing by for a cold beer. And Bet365, it's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. And the best push we got today is our boost horse with Bet365 Polymer. The 4-year-old making its debut for the McAvoyds and Condolphin. That's race 1, number 4 at Swan Hill today with Harry Coffey aboard. You get 260 with Bet365 up to 12 o'clock. We'll take a break, and it's a big edition of Facing the Breeze next. We've got some more announcements regarding the Ultimate Drivers Championship, which is the harness racing's slot race for the drivers, which will be held in Albion Park in February. And we'll have that announcement straight after this. We'll kick off with the boss of harness racing at Racing Queensland, Andrew Clark, who will join us once again.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. Garrard's Horse and Hound. Stocking the largest range at the best prices. Visit horseandhound.com.au. Live across Australia on SEN Track. This is Facing the Breeze with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up live from Flemington. Boy, it's been a busy show this morning, but it's now time to talk some harness racing. And this is Facing the Breeze thanks to Garrett's Horse and Hound, the best range and prices on all equine essentials. Visit horseandhound.com.au. We had some exciting announcements there last week regarding the Ultimate Drivers Championship, which was held successfully for the first time at Albion Park in February, and it'll be back again next year. And we're starting to get the announcements now of the slot holders for this year's series. And joining us once again is the manager for harness racing for Racing Queensland, Andrew Clark. Hello to you, Andrew. Thanks for your time again, mate.
Morning, Gareth. Best part of your show, Facing the Breeze.
Yes, I love Facing the Breeze, and there's plenty to talk about today. Now, what announcements have you got for us? There's been a few more that have been announced over the last, I just see Gary Hall Jr. has been announced. He'll be representing Gloucester Park once again, but you got a few more for us, so take it away. The stage is yours, Andrew.
Fantastic, yeah. So we had 5 announcements on your show last week in the Bionic Jokers, Garrard's, SEN, and one equine. Gloucester Park Gurus, who have now announced Gary Hall Jr. is coming back, and I believe he's going to come a little bit earlier this time. The Herb Factor and Marburg Gold. So pleased to announce another 5 for you. We have the Tumby Park Syndicate, which is Scotty Whitten, and a fantastic supporter of Harness Racing Australia-wide, Scott. The Unharnessed Hawks are back again, so Andrew Chrisan from Wolf Signs. And they usually have about 80 or 90 mates that come along to the Ultimate Driver, so that'll be a huge, colourful spot. Arambane Racing, Summit Bloodstock and the Burke Brigade are back again. So Arambane is their syndicate manager there. And a couple of new ones. So Diamonds and Pearls, which is run by Sharon Mitchell and is a 100% female-focused group. So it'll be great to have a group of girls out there. They'll bring some colour and some glamour. Yes. And another new one called the Lion Kings, and that's Andy Colenso from Andy Colenso Joinery. A few of the Brisbane Lions players are involved in that syndicate as well. So, yeah, some really good syndicates there. And Andy has announced his driver, or their driver, and that's going to be none other than Robbie Morris.
Beautiful. So that's the Lion Kings.
Lion Kings, indeed.
Robbie Morris gets an opportunity. I thought with the Brisbane Lions players involved that maybe Jason Lee could have got a look in because obviously Darcy Gardner, they're best mates. He's got horses with the league camp, but Robbie Morris gets his opportunity. Diamonds and Pearls, obviously they'll be choosing a female driver. Have they announced who they're thinking yet? Or
not as yet, so stay tuned for that one, Gareth.
Aaron Bain?
Still working on theirs as well. So
okay.
No more announcements driver-wise at this stage.
Okay. We're about to find out who the Herb Factor is, and there's no guesses who will be representing the Herb Factor syndicate. So it's starting to take place anyway, mate. So Ryan Spice is about to join us and James Herbertson, but you must be excited, and it looks like that we're ready to go now to try and find who will be representing these slot holders with their drivers, and we'll probably find out in the next couple of weeks and then bring on next February, basically.
Yeah, look, it's all really taking shape. I think the syndicates that were involved earlier this year that are coming back will be better for the experience. I think the new syndicates that we've got coming in this year for next year are some really exciting syndicates that can bring a lot to the whole experience out there. So, yeah, it's all starting to take shape, and we'll get some more drivers announced in the next week or so, and then we'll start promoting it.
Beautiful, Andrew. We appreciate your time. Congratulations with the process. Well done to all of the slot holders, and we wish them not too much luck because obviously SEN and RSN and Garrett's Horse and Hound are involved here, so hopefully we can go back to back, but it's going to be a great series.
It is, and thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for that, Clarkie. Andrew Clark, the boss of harness racing at Racing Queensland. Now let's catch up with Ryan Spice, who's going to announce his driver. He's part of the Herb Factor Syndicate. Hello to you, Ryan. Welcome back to Giddy Up.
Morning, G. How are you, mate?
Good, thank you. You can make the announcement, mate. I don't think there's any secrets here with the name of your syndicate, but take it away.
Gareth, on behalf of the Herb Factor and our 33 slot members, I'd like to announce that we will have the services of Australia's leading harness racing driver in the form of James Herbertson for the Ultimate Driver Championship in 2026.
Love it, mate. Congratulations. I love how the Queenslanders have got that desperate they have to come to Victoria to try and steal our best driver to represent you in this year's or next year's Ultimate Drivers Championship.
Well, Gareth, I think if you scratch the surface, you might find that we can make a claim to young Herbie. He might have been originated up this way.
And James Herbertson joins us now. James, congratulations, first of all. It's a great feather in your cap to be selected for this Ultimate Drivers Championship. I know that you were an emergency last year. Talk us through your excitement, I would imagine, heading towards this series next month. And congratulations.
No, thanks, Gareth. Thanks for having me. Very excited. Looking forward to early next year to, representing Ryan, and there's quite a few very influential people a part of the slot, and a lot of people that are, good friends of mine and family members as well. So, it's really, it's going to be great.
Yeah, talk us through about what you thought of that series there last year.
Oh, it was just it was great to be a part of. Just sitting on the sidelines was, you really got to see how it all worked, and everything that went into it. And Ryan mentioned to me, about trying to get me for this year's one, and I sort of owe it all to him. He's been very helpful. Even he helped me sort of win the Junior Drivers Championship up there when the Inter was on. So, helping with the form and that. So I'm more than happy to be driving for him and for everyone else.
Obviously, it's a different format, and you got to choose your own drives, and then you got to work out the best strategy. Did you learn anything from afar watching that series last year, James, that you think will hold you in good stead?
Yeah, I do think so. A few people went with different sort of straightforward tactics, and it worked for some and it didn't work for others. So, I think I'll leave it up to the brains of the organisation, and let them pick and choose. And Ryan's a very good form student. He didn't lead me astray at all with the Junior Driver Championship, and hopefully I can just go out and produce something for them on the night. But there's definitely different tactics that worked and didn't work last year. I think we're all sort of better for it going into this year.
Yeah, so you make a good point, James. We all know that Ryan's one of the great form gurus of harness racing, especially in Queensland. But I would imagine, Ryan, with and this is in all due respect, basically, that you've probably got a little bit of redemption that you're looking for next year in this series.
Oh, I don't know about redemption, Gareth. I think without a doubt, all forms of racing, you still need that large slice of lady luck. And
yes,
in this year in February, it didn't fall our way, unfortunately. But hats off to young Angus. He nailed his draft and he drove sensationally through the whole series, and he was an absolute worthy winner of the inaugural UDC. Yeah, we go again next February. Can't wait to team up with Herbie and Darren Carroll. Nail the draft, and fingers crossed we do get that slice of luck.
So what did you learn from last year after watching it unfold for the first time?
Well, I felt like I couldn't have been more prepared form-wise. So the draft went according to plan, and Nathan, drove really well, but we just certainly had a few horses underperform. Do we change things tactics-wise, who we target, what type of horses we go? I'm not sure, but we'll certainly be doing the absolute best we can.
Because you got the market right, didn't you? I don't know if you were backing them, but you got the market right when you had a look at the the market for each and every race over the 10 races, but or the 20 races, of course, 10 on each night. But it is a fascinating type of series where you've got to try and read the brains of the other drivers and the internationals, especially, to work out when they're going to make their moves, etc. And you can sort of fire up those American drivers and get them to go a pretty quick lead time, which can change these races' complexion in a way, I reckon. Spicy.
Yeah, we saw Gareth Hall Jr. and Pete McMullen get on horses that they just obviously don't usually drive, and how they got them off the gate in some of those races. I certainly got caught out a few times, didn't factor that in. But that's what's so amazing about the draft and why this is such an exciting concept. It really is the best thing to come to harness racing in such a long time, and I can see it just growing year on year, and we can make that prize money pool bigger and bigger, and it'll be stronger every year we go forward.
And you've got one of the very best in the business. So I reckon he's probably nearly the country's best. There's Cam Hart as well in that conversation, I reckon, Luke McCarthy and, of course, G. Hall Jr. But the way that James Herbertson is lifting certain horses over the line, you just shake your head in disbelief, Ryan. He's got that ability to improve horses 10 to 20 metres when he jumps behind them. I don't know what he does, but he's a dead set freak. So that's what you've got to take into consideration as well. There's going to be some horses that improve out of sight because of the Herbertson magic, Ryan.
And look, that's how the name of the slot pretty much come about. The great Darren Carroll, he says it often. It's the Herb factor. Herbie's got this great ability of balancing both patience and aggression, and he's got the intangible quality of run factor that you just can't quantify. So, we see him jump on horses and they jump out of the ground. It's a wonderful thing to see.
Well, Herbie, I hope these big name form gurus don't let you down, mate, because obviously it's a big prize. The world is watching, and I hope you go and get them in February. I don't wish you too much luck because I would love nothing more to beat this group that you're involved with. It just made my day and made my year, in fact, this year by enabling us to defeat Ryan Spice and Darren Carroll and those his syndicate there, and also probably was even sweeter defeating Matty Leopard and the Gary Hall Jr. type of squad as well. So we wish you the best of luck. It is competitive out there as well. There'll be a lot of sledging, Herbie, so I'm sure you can handle it.
I'll definitely need a size up helmet after that spiel. He's not putting any pressure on at all.
No, you don't want to stuff up, Herbie. They'll give you the best horses. Basically, just don't stuff up. That's all I can say.
That's it.
Yeah.
They wouldn't want to see my form for the last few days. I can tell you that much. But
have you got any winners for us?
I haven't driven a winner since last week. I mean, absolutely.
Eva's probably out. Eva's outshining you these days.
Oh, she's got me covered this week. I tell you what.
Yeah,
just got me covered. But no, look, it's going to be great. As I said before, we've got the right people behind us, and it just comes down to the horses and whether they turn up on the night. If they turn up, then we'll be able to do something with it. But it's going to be a great couple of nights.
You can't be blaming the horses already for your bad selections. All right. Settle down. All right then, Herbie. Any winners coming up today or tomorrow? Just one.
Yeah, no, look, mate, if I can pick something up, I'd be more than happy and try and get the ball back rolling. But, no, I've got Bendigo tonight, and, there's a couple there that are a sneaky each-way chance, but,
right,
got to turn our form around.
All right then, mate. We wish you the best of luck. Congratulations. I tell you what, this series is better off having you in this. So well done, mate. Well done, Ryan. That is great selection that you've gone with James Herbertson. Do you have a winner for us, mate?
Thanks, G. Today at Albion in the stand start race, I think it is Mostel Terry's race to lose. He steps beautifully. He's off 10 metres. If he pings the tapes and gets to the front, I think he'll take no end of beating.
Beautiful. What race is Mostel? That's the last race. No, race 7, horse number 9 for sneaky Shane Graham. $2.30. Well done, mate. Great to have you both on the show. Love your work. You're great ambassadors for the sport of harness racing. And it's going to be a lot of fun, this Ultimate Drivers' Championship. Good on you, boys.
Okay. Cheers, mate.
James Herbertson and Ryan Spice there. So the Herb factor is another slot holder there in the Ultimate Drivers' Championship, and James Herbertson will be representing that particular syndicate. We'll take a break. We'll come back with Adam Hamilton next.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. 2 people have died in an underground mine explosion in far west New South Wales. The Federal Health Minister has moved to assure Australians the safety of sunscreen lotions ahead of summer, after more than 20 sunscreens have recently been recalled. Australians with chronic kidney disease will soon be able to access a potentially life-changing drug that's been added to the PBS. And over 2 million Australians risking a hefty fine for not lodging a tax return. The cut-off for the 2024-25 income tax return is this Friday. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Game 3 of the World Series Baseball is underway in LA. The series between the Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays is currently tied at 1-1. NFL's Chiefs v Washington match has also kicked off, and it's day 1 of round 3 of Sheffield Shield cricket action today, and there's just 24 days until the start of the Ashes. Catch every ball live right here on SEN.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. This is Facing the Breeze, all thanks to Gareth's Horse and Hound. Adam Hamilton joins us. Adam, we just had a few more announcements regarding the drivers for these slots for the Ultimate Drivers' Championship, and it was great to catch up with Ryan Spice, and they've gone with James Herbertson, which is no surprise with their name, the Herb Factor, but he is going to add a lot, I reckon, to this series next year.
Gareth, what a sensational series it was. I mean, I'm still, you look back on it, it was amazing. The social side of it, the draft, the drama around which drivers were going to compete, and then the racing, the scenes on the night. I think one of the highlights was the camaraderie between the drivers as well, who, they all felt that they wanted to have their moment at some stage during it, and just feels right that Herbie's going to be part of it. We're going to have, it looks like we'll probably have about half the drivers return, which is good, and then a sprinkling of new talent. And it's the internationals added so much last year, and with some different internationals coming this time. James McDonald, not the jockey but the driver, is a real character and a superstar. He's pin-up material in Canada, obviously, and Tim Tetrick, who you and I met a few years ago when he was over in Perth. I mean, these are 2 of the top 4 or 5 drivers in the world that are confirmed.
And Gary Hall Jr. will be representing Australia in the World Drivers' Championship in New Zealand, has been confirmed once again from Gloucester Park, with their syndicate looking to go one better after he finished second. And Junior is must for a series like this, because obviously he's got some brilliance on the track, but he offers so much off the track as well when it comes to marketing this game. So we love Junior. Hey, Adam, don't go anywhere. I've got to take a quick break. On the other side of it, I want to know if you think that the Kiwis can beat us Aussies in New Zealand after watching a few of the feature races there at Ashburton yesterday. Adam Hamilton to join me once again straight after this.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Adam Hamilton's with me. Adam, they had that meeting there at Ashburton yesterday. We get to learn, especially from the locals anyway in New Zealand, regarding their chances heading towards the big feature races during New Zealand Cup week. Is Republican Party any chance of beating our horses?
Oh, heck yes. He's clearly gone to another level. It's been a masterful building of a open class star by Giddy. Cran's waited 35 years to try and win this race. He's had 3 seconds and 3 thirds and 2 seconds in the New Zealand Cup. And this horse ran third last year, obviously. But if you go back to that Hunter Cup in February, yes, he had a relatively soft run, but he showed that he was closing the gap on Leap to Fame and Swayze. And clearly, and I spoke to Cran about this morning, there's no doubt he's come back a length or two better for that trip to Australia and this campaign. So he's right in this race. There's no doubt about it. He is absolutely right in this race, Gareth.
Would they hand up to the Australians?
No chance. No, that was the defining part of the conversation with Cran today, that he said, early this year, it was a different landscape. But he said this time, look at how well he won yesterday, and he got softened up a couple of times, and he had to do a little bit of work to get the lead. He said, no, there's no handing up this time. And he said the other way of looking at it is that, it's been now proven a few times that if Leap to Fame is made to sit outside the leader, he can be vulnerable. So he said, we've noted that, and we'll be driving him. We'll be driving for the first time against these horses, in Cran's words, we'll be driving him absolutely to win the race, as opposed to having an easier run and just trying to sneak a win,
He's just unfortunate for Cran that he's met some of Australia's greatest of all time. So if he wants to play tough, we'll have to pick him up off the track, unfortunately. But, I love it.
Gareth, Gareth,
He'll cop more pressure. No, he'll cop more pressure, but I don't think he's as good. Like, if Leap to Fame and then Swayze will have a crack, and that means he's got to get to the fence first. If he doesn't get to the fence first, he's in all sorts of trouble, Republican Party. But it's good that New Zealand have got a horse that's put their hand up to say, well, we believe that we can mix it with you guys, basically. It's good for the race.
There's no doubt. I mean, he's second favourite. He's half the odds of Swayze. He's...
I don't know how that is. I don't know how he's shorter than Swayze in the market, but I reckon that's...
Well, I mean, even you being, number one fan of Swayze, surely you're fascinated by how he performs this Saturday night, aren't you?
Yeah, I think he'll make a statement.
Have you got any idea how well he's going?
Yeah, I think he's going pretty well. So he'll make a statement. Is Kingman going? Do we know that yet? I haven't heard anything.
Well, no, he's got the trial tomorrow. He's got the standing start trial tomorrow. So that's what it depends on. Obviously, your good mate and his owner, Mick Harvey, won a race at Ashburton yesterday. He was with the Harness Racing New Zealand folk, and he was talking to Cran Giddy, and he said to Cran, if we step well in the trial tomorrow at Menangle, we'll definitely be giving it a go, because there's not just the New Zealand Cup, there's the free-for-all and also the Group 1 Christian Cullen he can race in, so he can be there for 3 weeks.
Is Jellyby Ballerini, she's too short, isn't she, against the locals there?
2 ways of looking at that. You know, we may just be seeing a pair of trotters that are just generationally next level. And she handled the stand really well at Melton when she won that. And, just for a moment, it looked like she might run down Kiyang Zara in those unbelievable times last start. So, look, Muscle Mountain won yesterday and he ran down Bet and Win. Bet and Win got a bit rough. Clearly, they haven't had an ideal preparation with him. Oscar Bonavina he's hit and miss these days. Muscle Mountain in the twilight of his career. I don't think the Aussies have got anything to be scared of. It's not just a turn up and win job. I think it would be for Kiyang Zahara, but I do think she deserves to be a pretty clear favourite. I actually think Gus could be the main danger. He looks to be doing a lot right now. He's getting it all together. He'll be suited by the big track and the long distance. I think Gus has got a tremendous chance. He's going to fly out on Sunday, Gareth, to get there a little bit early.
I've got a minute and a half. So would you take $2 leap to fame? Who's the bet right now in the New Zealand Trotting Cup? I have to back Swayze and Kingman at the prices. I have to. They're better horses than Republican Party.
Yeah. I'd love to say have a bet now, but I just think it's until we see Swayze race and until we see Kingman trial, I think I'd hold out. I'd just have something on Gus at the moment in the Dominion. And just on that, we've got a terrific meeting coming up. Field's just out for Melton on Saturday night. Fader Waits, who goes there for the 3-year-old slot race, the Velocity. He takes on Petrarca in a fascinating clash at Melton. Good support programs, Catch a Wave and others in the free-for-all. But really the focus is on New Zealand, and there's no single more important runner anywhere this weekend than Swayze. Like you, I'd love to see him make a statement at Menangle on Saturday night, Gareth.
Love your work, mate. We appreciate it. Bring on this New Zealand Cup Day. It's going to be a lot of fun. In fact, I might get Carter Dalketti on with us next week.
Yeah, he'd love to. What an opportunity. 22 years of age. As Cran said this morning, I've waited 35 years to win it. Carter's waited about 3.
We'll stir him up as well. Good on you, mate. Thanks for that.
Here's Gareth.
There's Adam Hamilton talking harness racing. That's, of course, Facing the Breeze thanks to Garrett's Horse and Hound. Time for a break. We'll come back and wrap up Giddy Up this Tuesday morning.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Thanks for your company on Giddy Up this morning. It's been a lot of fun. Louis Clifton, put the headphones on. We've got a minute to go. Of course, the number one producer in the game. Louis, who did we hear from today? Waller,
Calvin McAvoy, Jane Waterhouse.
Yep.
Blogsy.
Blogsy was sensational.
Yep.
Francesca Kamani.
Yes, she was good.
Yeah. So they're all up on the podcast now?
Yep. Although the full show will be up shortly, but all the other interviews will be up there soon.
Any winners for us?
Maybe Saturday. I don't know if she's good enough to beat Pride of Jenny at her best in Fangirl, but Idle Fly, I like the way she worked this morning, the Matt Smith mare.
Okay.
No, she worked nicely, so we'll see.
Last time you're coming on the show if you tip against Pride of Jenny. Have a good day. Thanks for that. We'll catch up with you tomorrow morning.